Good morning and welcome to today's New York City Council budget hearing for the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. At this time, we ask that you silence all electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you would like to sign up for in-person testimony or have any other questions throughout the hearing, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Abreu, we're ready to go.
Good afternoon and welcome to the fiscal 2026 preliminary budget hearing for the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. My name is Sean Abreu and I am the chair of the Sanitation and Solid Waste Management Committee. This afternoon, we will be discussing the department's $1.9 billion fiscal 2026 budget as presented in the preliminary financial plan and the preliminary capital commitment plan for DSNY for fiscal 2025-2029, which totals $2.2 billion. I would like to begin by thanking the members of the Sanitation Department for their hard work over the past year. The frontline responses of sanitation workers have been on full display throughout the year, and because of their actions, our city is a cleaner place. The Sanitation Department members are known as New York's strongest, and I believe that nickname is aptly given. The Sanitation Department's fiscal 2026 budget totals $1.9 billion with 9,478 full-time positions. The fiscal 2026 budget, as presented in the preliminary financial plan, is $15.4 million less than the fiscal 2025 budget at adoption. Budget actions in the preliminary plan increased DSNY's budget by $46.4 million in fiscal 2025 and $700,111 in fiscal 2026 when compared to the November plan. The department had 3 new heads for fiscal 2024, totaling $45.9 million for higher than projected PS and OTPS spending across multiple program areas and a new mobile battery drop-off program. The department's fiscal 2025-2029 capital commitment plan totals $2.2 billion and supports 196 distinct capital projects. The committee has held oversight hearings on various topics over the past year about the city's containerization of refuse and organic waste and commercial waste zones. The committee would like to revisit these items and others, including lot cleaning, which has not seen a full restoration, containerization and how costs are being potentially shifted to community organizations, litter basket service, preliminary mayor's management report indicators, among other things. I would also like to discuss headcount and the increasing reliance on overtime to alleviate these decreases. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. As the chair of this committee, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect DSNY will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2026 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I would like to thank our committee staff for their hard work, financial analyst Tanveer Singh, unit head Alia Ali, committee counsel Morgan Barrett, policy analyst Ricky Chawla, and my deputy chief of staff Jaleesa Quigley. I'd like to welcome and thank acting Commissioner Javier Lohan, our sanitation workers, and the department's civilian staff for the work that they do. I'm looking forward to hearing from the commissioner. The committee council will now swear you in.
Good morning. Can you please raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth and to respond to council member questions honestly? Thank you. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Abreu and members of the Committees on Sanitation, Solid Waste Management, and Finance. I am Javier Lohan, Acting Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, and I am joined today by Joseph Antonelli, our Deputy Commissioner of Management and Budget, and Joshua Goodman, our Deputy Commissioner of Public Affairs and Customer Experience. I am in my 26th year with New York's Strongest, and today the men and women of this department are doing more to create and maintain a clean, livable, and sustainable city than at any time that I can remember. This administration has shown an unflinching willingness to essentially run a street sweeper over the avenues of red tape that had bound filth to our committees for decades, and has made investments in personnel and equipment to match. We are cleaning more areas, diverting more material, and enforcing quality of life more effectively. And we're just getting started, with plans to expand or refine virtually every one of our successful strategic initiatives. Let me begin by sharing some astounding news, some new rat numbers. And I know what you're thinking. This is a new commissioner. Are we really still talking about rat numbers? You bet we are. For the last several years, we have been proud to announce decreases in rat sightings across the city, correlated with our efforts to get trash off the street through containerization, composting, and enforcement programs. But please allow me to emphasize, the numbers you're about to hear are amazing in virtually any historical context. For years, rat sightings reported to 311 basically only increased. In 2023, low double digits in the city's 4 rat mitigation zones. That alone was cause for true meaningful celebration. In December of 2024 was the first full month in which buildings with 1 to 9 unit residential units were required to put their trash in bins. In that month, rat sightings were down 23% compared to the same time the year before. January of 2025 was the second full month residential container rules, and rat sightings fell 24% compared to the same time the year before, a time when sightings were already falling. In February of 2025, the third full month in which 70% of New York City's trash was covered by requirements to use bins, rat sightings were down 26% compared to the year before. This isn't an accident, it isn't an anomaly. It is something that cynics in Chicago, LA, Paris, and even right here in our town never thought possible. A turning of the tide in New York City's war against rats. It is a direct result of once-in-a-generation change to the way that trash is set out. A trash revolution being waged on many fronts with more still to come. In October of 2022, the Adams administration kicked off this effort by changing set-out times for both residential and commercial waste from 4 p.m., one of the earliest set-out times in the country, to 8 p.m., effective April 2023, while also allowing earlier set-out if material is in a container. This incentive of containerization was paired with major changes to DSNY operations, picking up more of the trash far earlier, including ending a practice by which up to 1/5 of the trash had already been left out for a full day. Just over 1 year ago, container rules went into effect for all businesses of every type in New York City, requiring them to get their trash off the streets into a secure bin. We wrote 70,000 warnings to businesses as this rule went into effect, and have written tens of thousands of summonses since, gaining broad compliance and bringing bins to restaurants, delis, bodegas, drugstores, boutiques, and everything else on our commercial corridors. As mentioned, the first containerization requirement for residential buildings in more than 50 years went into effect November 12th, requiring all buildings with 1 to 9 residential units to use bins. This can either be their own or the official New York City bin, the cheapest high-quality bin available on the market. New Yorkers have purchased over 650,000 of these bins at www.bins.nyc or at NYC Home Depot locations. And as you can see in the pictures behind me, they have fundamentally altered the look and feel of our streets, replacing piles of black trash bags that attracted rats, impeded pedestrians, and generally made New Yorkers feel that no one cared about their neighborhoods. Starting in June 2026, this will be the only bin permitted for trash to facilitate safer, cleaner, mechanized collection. As you all know, I was a sanitation worker, and I'm still one at heart. And it pains me that fully half of our line-of-duty injuries are sprains and strains from throwing bags. The 2 sanitation workers operating a truck with mechanical tippers will have one less thing to worry about. DSNY worked hard and demonstrated the incomparable creativity of the public sector in developing a contractual model that made this bin the cheapest on the market by far, about 1/3 of the cost of similar bins. I know that many members of the council still wanted free bins to be made available to some homeowners, as shown by the recent passage of Intro 1126. While I respect your desire to ease costs to homeowners, no matter how reasonable those costs may be, I must share major concerns about how this bill can be implemented. The DSNY was not given the opportunity to review a final draft version of the bill until 11 p.m. the night it aged, despite long-standing practice, and none of the input we offered was taken before it was brought for a vote. As written, the bill requires DSNY to give an unspecified number of trash bins to 1- and 2-family homeowners who are also enrolled in the STAR or E-STAR tax programs, and provide reimbursements to eligible property owners who have already purchased bins. As we told council committee staff in vain, it turns out, STAR and E-STAR are state programs, and we do not have the data on enrollment. A property owner would have to submit their tax return to DSNY and DSNY would have to store that information securely. As an operational agency, we do not have the resources or expertise to do this safely and effectively. The bin is affordable, but this law risks taking away sanitation services that benefit all New Yorkers in order to pay for a complex reimbursement program that will benefit relatively few homeowners. The same is true for reimbursements described in the bill. Remember, the manufacturer of the bin is the city concessionaire, selling to residents directly. No money changes hands with the city on either side. To our knowledge, there has never been before a legislative requirement to reimburse New Yorkers for an item they purchased from a private company, not once in the city's 400-year history. We cannot review receipts and mail checks. This council has created a program ripe for fraud and waste. We propose automatic dispersal of bins to property owners enrolled in the city's senior and disabled property owner tax programs. This would have been simple and straightforward. While that legislative proposal was rejected, we plan to prioritize these homeowners over those with incomes of close to $500,000 and will distribute bins subject to appropriation. This will give a free bin to most of the people of greatest need and allow containerization efforts to continue. And they are certainly continue. You all know that 70% of the trash is already covered by the containerization requirements, but we have a plan for the remaining 30. In just over 1 month, installation of these stationary on-street containers called Empire Bins will begin in Manhattan Community District 9 for the first full district containerization pilot, serviced by new automated side-loading trucks. This is one of those innovations where we talk about it so much that many may be hard to maintain sight of how fundamentally it changes the way trash is stored and collected in New York City, and thus our experience of the streets in general. This pilot will take those huge piles of trash that are generated by the largest buildings off the streets and instead store them in secure containers, just like you'd see in Europe, South America, or Asia, years faster than anyone thought possible. West Harlem will see just over 1,000 Empire Bins covering more than 80% of their apartment units. Unlike in other parts of the world, the bins are not shared by the entire block. Bins will be assigned to a single large building using our density, which had long been thought of the Achilles heel of containerization to our advantage by allowing for greater oversight. Property owners will have access cards and designate appropriate staff to be able to access the bins. DSNY outreach staff is on the ground in the neighborhood now explaining this process, and upon completion of the installation, use of these on-street containers will begin June 1st, and we will begin analyzing results and outcomes right away. But I must caution the members of this council, if you would like to see this international best practice expand beyond West Harlem, if you would like to defeat the piles of trash and rats once and for all, there is pending legislation that must pass. Councilmember Hudson is the lead sponsor on a bill that many of you had already joined. The Removing Animals from Trash Act, or the RAT Act, is absolutely essential to the expansion of this program. Without that bill becoming law, this will just be another pilot for the dustbin of history, and far more than just dust will return to our streets. The same can be said for Chair Abreu's Intro 1115, which would extend on-street container requirements to city-owned buildings. While we believe strongly in the spirit of this legislation, we know that city buildings, just like residential buildings, should not have a one-size-fits-all approach. Schools and other buildings that generate large amount of waste should absolutely be moving towards an on-street container model, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Chair, to get this bill targeted on those buildings specifically where wheelie bins are not an appropriate containerization solution. We know New Yorkers want this, as evidenced by the overwhelming passage of Proposition 2 last fall. We hope that you will join us in delivering for them. Just another 2 points I'd like to make on containerization before we move on. First, you are all familiar with the Better Bin, our litter basket of the future, which is both easier to service than the traditional wire mesh basket and more rodent resistant. You may have seen press reports that the rollout of these baskets could be impacted by tariffs between the US and Canada. I am afraid that those reports are accurate. While we were able to get about 5,000 bins in this fiscal year ahead of the tariff, but purchases next fiscal year will need to account for those tariff costs. And finally, many of you have reached out with questions about the rule requiring business improvement districts and supplemental sanitation service providers to stop placing bags directly on the street, which goes into effect August 1st. Despite what you have may heard, the idea is simple. Residents and businesses can't put bags right on the street. I can't just walk down to the corner and drop a trash bag. The rule simply holds bids and other similar entities to the same standard. The rule is agnostic in approach, and we have proactively offered multiple options for how to comply. Over the course of one-on-one meetings with 66 of the city's 76 bids, as well as multiple meetings with the Bidder Association and with supplemental service providers like ACE, we have explained that this could look like a stationary on-street container for a mid-sized bid, an extra litter basket for a smaller one, or direct trucking to a sanitation garage for a large bid. We are working with all bids in good faith, and many critics have come to see the importance of this program. I want to assure you that despite the effective date, we will not be summoning anyone who is making an honest effort to comply with this rule for a considerable period of time. We can have clean sidewalks, clear corners, and passable curb cuts. We really can if we just see this through the end. Now I will seek to contain the desire to talk about bins and move to another exciting topic, composting and the beneficial use of source-separated organic material. While curbside composting programs have existed in New York City for the last decade, until last October, none had ever served more than approximately 40% of the city. When Mayor Adams took office, he committed to developing a universal program that works for New Yorkers, and the team at DSNY set to work developing a model built for long-term success. The resulting program is now running in the entirety of our city, providing residents with simple, universal weekly collection of leaf and yard waste, food scraps, and food soil paper products on their recycling day. That simplicity is the most important part of the program. There's no need for sign-ups, special dates to remember, or specific locations to visit within limited hours. Simply place your materials out on the recycling day. Your sanitation workers will collect it from your home and will ensure it's put to good use. This is a composting program for all New Yorkers. Make the separation of compostable material easy, and people will do it. And we have the numbers to back this up. In fiscal year 2024, DSNY diverted 265 million pounds of compostable material from landfill, an incredible increase of 65% from 2 years before. This is a testament to the value of simple, universal programs. But we still hear from residents of larger buildings in particular that their landlords are not offering an opportunity to participate in this program. I want to be clear, under Local Law 89 of 2023, this is not optional. All New Yorkers must participate. Just as they must separate their metal, glass, plastic, and paper, the law gives DSNY the ability to enforce this mandate starting April 1st. But we have written well over 20,000 warnings thus far. When enforcement starts, a new 311 service request will also go live, allowing residents to report their buildings for failure to allow participation in curbside composting. I can assure you, we will investigate those complaints. We have made participation easy. Now it's up to New Yorkers to follow the law or face a summons. Composting has a benefit not just for our environment more broadly, but also for NYC gardeners. We give tens of millions of pounds of high-quality New York City compost away for free during spring, summer, and fall, but for many years, you had either catch a pop-up event or drive to a site on Staten Island to get it. Last year, we added a second site in Greenpoint, Brooklyn, that is accessible by cyclists, pedestrians, and public transit. And we are working hard to add a third site in Queens before the end of this season. Some of you have asked me whether the success of curbside composting program means popular smart composting bins are going away. These 400 bins where residents can drop off their compostable material 24/7 through an easy-to-use smartphone app are complementary to curbside service and will continue to operate. DSNY would also like to raise the issue of commercial organic separation. As we have done at the last half-dozen council hearings, Local Law 146 of 2013 requires certain commercial establishments to separate their compostable material, but this law is now substantially out of step with the city's commitment to diversion of compostable waste. The commercial waste zone system will improve commercial diversion, in that DSNY is requiring carters to charge businesses less to collect recyclables and compost than to collect trash. But we were thrilled to see that the council is also considering a bill to allow DSNY to require source separation at all commercial establishments, in line with the progress made in residential diversion. We look forward to working with you on this proposal. Now that we've mentioned commercial waste zones, I'll provide a fuller update on that program and our implementation of Local Law 199 of 2019. This law was designated to reform the commercial waste hauling system by establishing new safety standards for workers in the commercial carting industry, improving service for businesses, increasing diversion rates, and reducing vehicle miles traveled, as well as harmful emissions from waste hauling vehicles. When fully implemented, we are looking at about 12 million miles fewer traveled by commercial carting vehicles. And making good on a promise from when this program was created, businesses will pay less for the collection of recyclables and compostable material than they do for trash at a citywide average of 32% less for recycling and 18% for compostable material. That means businesses will have a meaningful financial incentive to separate their waste properly. In January, after years of planning and months of outreach, the first of New York City's 20 non-exclusive commercial waste zones came online in Corona, Elmhurst, and Jackson Heights. In the past, advocates had called for DSNY to launch the entire city at once. Having led the rollout of this first zone, I can tell you I'm incredibly thankful we did not do that. This has been a successful launch. Incredibly, not a single one of the 11,000 businesses in the zone has made a complaint to DSNY of any issues with service or billing, but our Bureau of Commercial Waste learned a tremendous amount during this first-of-its-kind implementation that will be useful for future zones. We are completing a data analysis that will allow for the start of the next zone or zones later this year, with more details to come at upcoming oversight hearing on this topic. That said, we are actively enforcing Queens Central on both administrative and safety requirements. We are routinely writing safety violations, and we are seeing very strong compliance, likely due at least in part to the significant fine escalators built into the commercial waste program. With a total of about 200 violations written since the implementation of the zone began in September. The expansion of DSNY quality of life enforcement under the current administration is not restricted to Queens Central Commercial Waste Zone. Since April 2023, sanitation has been the lead agency on enforcement of the city's laws around street vending. Our sanitation police officers enforce these laws with a focus on cleanliness and pedestrian access, and they conduct routine enforcement operations rooted in the belief that all New Yorkers across the neighborhood in every borough deserve clean, safe sidewalks. While we take a warnings-first approach, often posting dozens of warning signs throughout an area before taking any enforcement actions, we also engage in robust enforcement to protect cleanliness and quality of life, and DSNY issued 3,725 vending-related summonses in 2024. Street vendors are part of the vibrant neighborhoods, but the rules exist for a reason, so that those neighborhoods can be enjoyed by all, and New Yorkers appreciate our enforcement as shown by support of Proposition 2. The expansion of DSNY vending enforcement under that ballot measure is in the early implementation stage. On the same day that DSNY became the lead agency on street vending enforcement, we were also designated to manage the city's graffiti removal program. We brought our operational knowledge to the organization of this program, and in the FY 2025 PMMR, the number of graffiti service requests closed is up to 80%. Recently, DSNY began enforcing the rules around mobile car washes, per a new law sponsored by Councilmember Salamanca and passed by this council. While this work is only beginning, we are encouraged by the early results about the impact this can have on cleanliness and quality of life. We are also continuing our interagency work around ghost cars and abandoned vehicles, through which tens of thousands of abandoned vehicles have been removed from our streets. In addition to the 10,000 more ghost cars since the Ghost Car Task Force was launched in September of last year. These unlicensed vehicles not only steal public space and toll dollars, but aren't traceable if used in crimes. And like with containerization efforts, getting this done just helps fight the feeling that the city doesn't care about your neighborhood. I assure you we do, because it's our neighborhood too. And with winter now behind us, I'm proud to say that you weren't forgotten during snow season either. If you grew up here, you likely remember the old days of primary, secondary, and tertiary streets. That kind of division in service level is over. Thanks to the higher headcount and new technology for internal monitoring, every street is on a route, and every route can be dispatched at the same time for snow operations as soon as conditions warrant it, a practice we call snow equity. In the winter of 2024-25, DSNY responded to 14 winter weather events and observed 12.5 inches of accumulating precipitation. Half of these events were in February alone, and sanitation workers were on 12-hour shift for weeks to address these conditions. Thanks to their efforts and the administration's investments, they were able to get the streets open, even servicing car lanes and bike lanes at the same time. I want to take this moment to thank our sanitation workers for their efforts, for being the heroes with the plow, and for remembering that no matter what anyone says, it absolutely does still snow in New York City. There is so much happening at this agency, so much that New Yorkers will never see. We have not even touched on the recent developments like the new DSNY Highway Unit, which provides dedicated staffing to clean the first places seen by visitors to our city, the Targeted Neighborhood Task Force for cleaning long-forgotten corners of neighborhoods and all city-owned property, and our plan to increase compliance with mechanical brooms during alternate side parking by pursuing state legislation for automated enforcement. But all career public servants, like the people on both sides of this room, chose our path not for the credit or glory, but to do the right by our communities that have given us so much. A cleaner, more livable city isn't just a job for us, it is a calling. And all of the New York Strongest are thankful for your willingness to work, to invest in our work. With that in mind, I will now turn to the proposed 2026 budget. The preliminary budget includes $1.996 billion in expense funds in fiscal year 2025 and $1.93 billion in fiscal year 2026, reflecting increases of $48.3 million and $711,000 respectively from the budget adopted last June. Fiscal year 2026 budget includes $1.18 billion for personnel services to support a total budgeted headcount of 9,478 full-time positions, including 7,846 uniform positions and 1,632 civilian positions, and $756.5 million for other than personnel services or OTPS. During DSNY's fiscal year 2026 preliminary capital budget includes $3.54 billion in capital funding in the 10-year plan, $1.17 billion of which is for garages and facilities, $2.25 billion for equipment, $66.12 million for IT, and $53.98 million for solid waste management infrastructure. The capital budget includes funding for several major facilities projects, including $487 million for funding of the construction of the new garage for Bronx Districts 9, 10, and 11 with demolition, $283 million in funding for the construction of a new garage for Queens District 1, which is slated to begin design next year, upgrades to the facility that serves as the home for Bronx District 12 garage, which has an overall budget of $55 million and will begin construction next year, and the $17 million finishing touches of the $212 million build-out for the brand-new home for Staten Island District 1 and 3, which is slated to be completed this year. That project, along with the new BK3, means we will be opening 3 new garages at 2 buildings this calendar year, a rare milestone for this department and a sign of this administration's serious investment in the safety and well-being of sanitation workers and the neighborhoods they serve. Thank you. We look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to recognize Council Members Julie Menon, Sandra Ung, and Sylvina Brooks Powers. Before we begin, the committee may not get to all questions, or you may not have responses to all of our questions, so we will definitely follow up with a letter for unanswered questions. I want to begin with headcount and overtime. The recent mayoral directive places strict controls on overtime spending across city agencies, including DSNY, requiring detailed reduction plans, monthly reporting, and oversight from OMB. With sanitation services being essential to public health and cleanliness, it is critical to understand how these restrictions will impact DSNY's workforce, service levels, and overall efficiencies. What is DSNY's current staffing level compared to the number of positions budgeted, and how does this affect reliance on overtime?
Okay, so for FY 2025, our budgeted headcount for uniformed is 7,955, and our actual for year-to-date is 8,221. The headcount for civilian personnel for FY 25 is 1,632, and the actual was 1,657.
DSNY is operating 409 uniform positions over budgeted levels, but is still overspending on overtime. Can you make sense of that, please?
Okay, so the reason why we spend on overtime for uniform staff, so there's 2 things that drive it. One, snow events, which is a significant amount. We've spent in excess of $30 million this year just in snow overtime. But secondarily, the big issue is that our staffing levels throughout the year fluctuate based on staff availability. So in the winter months like now, vacations are lower than they are in the summer months. So right now, we may be running surplus sanitation workers on a daily basis and kind of only have this event-driven overtime, where in the warmer months, because that's when more people are on vacation and kind of the allotments are maxed out, on those given days, we may be running overtime just to fill our minimum staffing that we need for the day. But on the whole, we're staying generally within what our staffing levels allow for.
My understanding is that when you have more uniform positions than you're budgeted, you would expect that there would be less overtime. Do you expect this trend to continue where you're hiring above your budgeted amount, which should theoretically reduce overtime? Do you think that trend will continue?
Yeah, I would say in a historical context, our overtime is down. Last year was an exceptionally low year, and the reason for that is that so our hiring, we do it all at the beginning of the fiscal year. Because the main PEG program took place in November, there were a lot of cuts to programs that were taken after we had already done our hiring for the year. So what that actually allowed for was significant surpluses in sanitation workers throughout the rest of the year, which led to an exceptionally low overtime level. But if you look at the more recent historicals like FY23, FY22, we're still down significantly from those years.
Thank you. I'd also like to recognize Councilmember Sandy Nurse, who has joined us. What steps is the department taking to reduce reliance on overtime without compromising essential services such as waste collection, snow removal, and street cleaning?
So a lot of times, what we call them as garage utility jobs, where we have to transport equipment to a service facility for that's under warranty. We've tried to be more efficient in that and use existing personnel. Sometimes we have to push those jobs to another day. Another thing we do is when we have absences, we push some of the recycling routes to the later shift. It's not something we want to do in practice generally, but that's a way that we try to keep the overtime down and not go into overtime costs.
Has DSNY conducted a workforce analysis to determine if hiring additional full-time staff would be more cost-effective than having to pay overtime?
No, we haven't done that, Chair.
Okay. What challenges has DSNY faced in recruiting and retaining employees, and how does this contribute to increased overtime expenditures?
So I think on the uniform side, recruiting has gone well. Thankfully, as I mentioned, is my testimony. Sanitation workers do a great job. They're recognized for it. So I think retention and recruitment on that side goes pretty well. On the civilian side, I think the only challenge we have is with our mechanics, where some of them are starting to reach retirement age. But I think, working with the administration and OMB, they've thankfully allowed us to start to backfill some of those positions. So it's getting a lot better.
How does DSNY track and monitor excessive overtime usage by employees, and what safeguards are in place to prevent abuse of overtime pay?
So, along with the support of Deputy Commissioner Antonelli, we isolate the top overtime earners. So historically, we used to have the top 50. Now we expand that list to the top 100, and we go line by line every month, and some of them are justified. Example, auto mechanics run overtime in order to keep up with our down rates. But we evaluate every position, and on top of that, every bureau head is required to get authorization from either myself or DC Antonelli on any overtime related to that. So that's how we keep tight controls with that.
Thank you. Are you finding that those who have been isolated to the highest overtime, have you seen progress in those individuals, by and large, those overtimes going down over say the past year or so?
So with the auto mechanics, which is the majority of them, we haven't seen that as much. Like I mentioned before, working with OMB, in December, we started hiring some of those positions. I believe we were 31 heads below the same period, October 23 head count, which is when the PEGs began. So now we're starting to fill some of those positions. So I think when the next few months, once we actually fill them, we're doing hiring pools, we'll start to see some relief in that. And also, snow season contributes to that because now we're focused on keeping the snow equipment up, and also the frontline vehicles like collection, dual bins, and mechanical brooms up at the same time.
One second, Commissioner. According to the mayoral directive, DSNY must submit monthly overtime reports and justify any variances from its reduction plan. What reductions have been achieved so far, and what challenges remain in meeting these targets?
Sure. So we have monthly calls with OMB to go through the targets and to go through what overtime we spent for the month. What we actually go through is we do a day-by-day recounting of how many sanitation workers we had to schedule on overtime for that day, and walk through exactly what the events were on each day. You know, over the past few months, it's largely been either directly snow, or the days after a snow event where we're catching up on collection, or it's been for holidays and catching up on collection after the holidays. But those have been the drivers, and we go through a day-by-day analysis with OMB.
Thank you. I'm going to now transition to the Manhattan Community District 9 containerization program, just to temporarily bring smiles to your faces. The New York City Department of Sanitation is launching a pilot program to containerize 100% of residential trash in Manhattan's Community District 9, encompassing neighborhoods such as West Harlem, Hamilton Heights, Manhattanville, and Morningside Heights. This initiative aims to improve street cleanliness and reduce rodent infestations by requiring all residential properties to use designated containers for waste disposal by June 1st, 2025. In the current pilot program from 143rd to 153rd, I believe rat sightings have gone down by over 60%, which is clearly a big victory and really exciting to see. What is the projected timeline for expanding the containerization program beyond M9 to other community districts in New York City? I believe in your testimony you need authorizing legislation, which obviously I think I'm supportive of, a lot of council members are, but assuming that were to pass, what would be the timeline to get to other districts?
So I think a lot of that's also contingent on the pilot and the findings of it. So as you know, in April, right around the corner, a few weeks, we're going to start installing the containers on the 18 schools in the district. And then by June 1st, we'll be fully operational. About 1,100 bins will be installed. And I think in order for us to get a good sense of what the rollout looks like after that, I think we should evaluate the pilot a lot more and see what works, what doesn't work. But I think, as you mentioned, Chair, and as I mentioned in the testimony, the legislation is a big part of that because of the funding necessity for it.
Thank you for that. Speaking about the effectiveness of the pilot, what specific criteria and metrics will DSNY use to assess the success of the M9 pilot before deciding on broader implementation?
So, as you know, the 311 rat sightings, SRs are a big piece of that. Also, we have created a web form where our employees and the building managers will be able to report any issues. And I think a big part of that will inform us on, the findings of the pilot. And, obviously, as we go on, we might find things that, we're not thinking about now, but we can always expand it. But I think that's where we'll start off with and take it from there.
Thank you. What is the total budget allocated for the M9 containerization pilot, and how are these funds distributed across different components of the program?
Sure. So this year, the budget is $3.4 million. So $278,000 of it is for the containers themselves. We're employing a leasing model, and given that we're starting so late in the year, it only covers the last few months of the year. There's also money for the collection costs. The personnel staffing is $643,000. This year, we had a one-time cost for a mailer of $1.1 million as part of our outreach efforts. The environmental impact study, also this year, a one-time cost of $750,000. And then we also have some civilian staffing to oversee the program at $630,000.
Do you expect those costs to be the same year to year? Obviously, the mailer program probably won't be needed next year, but do you expect the other costs like personnel and container costs? What's going to be the maintenance cost for these containers?
So the cost on the containers, I think it's better to talk about it on a per bin basis. So the leasing model, which is an all-inclusive, it's the cleaning, it's the maintenance and everything, is $95.05 a bin per month. And that kind of gives us this constant, unless there's some sort of, catastrophic issue with the bin, this kind of gives us a constant, this is what we expect the bins to cost.
And based off of the RFP that was, provided to Contenor last year,
Yes.
you can use that same RFP for future districts as well for containerization expansion,
That's correct.
assuming that there's authorizing legislation.
Yes, so the contract is only registered for the M9 pilot, but the way we did the RFP would allow us to amend that contract to add additional districts if we were authorized to do so.
Thank you. Will property owners or residents incur any cost for the implementation and maintenance of the Empire bins? And if so, what financial assistance programs are available to them?
Chair, are you referring to the M9 pilot?
Yes, sir.
No, so thankfully, the cost for the pilot was fully funded, so the residents will not incur costs for the on-street containers for the pilot.
Thank you, sir. If the program expands citywide, what is the estimated cost of upgrading the entire DSNY fleet to include mechanical trucks compatible with Empire bins?
So I think that's something we have to continue to do an analysis on. The cost for the side loading truck is $621,000.
Per truck?
Per truck. I think once we get legislation passed and we know we're going citywide, I think we'll have a better sense of the need. Because remember, part of the legislation has the 10 to 30 unit universe of buildings.
Which
have
is
the
based on
ability
an
to
opt-in
right?
schedule,
So the
yeah.
more buildings opt in, the more the truck need goes up. So I think it's contingent on that.
Obviously, we can't predict how many property owners from 10 to 30 units will be able to opt in, but assuming that there were legislation that would go into effect that would provide for on-street containers for 31 units or more, what would be the number of sanitation trucks that would be needed to service those areas?
I'll pass it to DC Antonelli.
So the reason why we don't have that estimate right now is we need to see the results of the pilot from, really from a capacity of the truck standpoint. So right now, obviously, our 25 cubic yard trucks, we know exactly how much we can pack in it, how many tons and everything. This truck is an entirely new truck to us. It's a body being imported from Italy. We have what the manufacturer says that the capacity should be. We've done our own compaction testing to kind of come up with estimates of how we can do the routing in M9. But until we have it on the street and we actually start packing these trucks out on a daily basis, we really won't understand how they compare to our current trucks and whether or not it would just be a one-for-one replacement or if there is actually an additional truck need.
I mean, yeah, we're going to have to start thinking about it and digging into that because obviously I think this committee has a lot of interest in trash containerization, and to be able to plan for a full transition to that would look like, we have to start figuring out what those details will look like. I'd like to transition now to litter basket service. I'd like to recognize Council Members Banks and Palladino for joining us. Maintaining an appropriate level of litter basket service is crucial in maintaining street cleanliness and reducing waste-related complaints across New York City. Despite securing $22 million in FY23 and $25 million in FY24 for increased service, these funds were a one-time allocation, requiring the council to renegotiate for continued funding each year. While expanded service has led to a record decline in 311 litter complaints, overflowing baskets remain a persistent issue, particularly in districts that have not received equal levels of service. Ensuring baseline funding in FY25 and beyond is critical to maintaining equitable and consistent service citywide. First question is, why does the administration continue to fund expanded litter basket service on a year-to-year basis rather than committing to baseline funding in the budget, despite the data showing that this improves cleanliness and reduces public complaints?
So, Chair, as you know, this is a very creative agency. we'll always try to develop new efficient processes. But but there are some issues when you could really only do more. While we understand, while we understand that this is part of the negotiation process, what I can say is that we just look forward to working with council and administration on that funding for the out years. But as you mentioned, the service has been effective, and we will look to making those adjustments where, you're seeing lapses or lower levels of service where they're needed.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I speak to my voters in my district, I go to events and I tell them, we can't take for granted these litter baskets, but I feel like our city government, in most part, I think I would say from the mayor's side, hasn't made this a priority for baseline funding. But this is something that we have to, fight for year to year, and we take our litter baskets and the servicing of those litter baskets, a lot of us take it for granted. And because we think that that's something that's just going to appear automatically. But the truth is that the budget process doesn't reflect that. And so that is something that we need to, I think, prioritize in this year's budget and truly baseline our litter basket service. What amount would we think would be needed to cover the original intent of this bill, right? Which was for twice a week, 6-day-a-week service for litter baskets. But it was later discovered that the additional funding would not cover that. What is the amount needed to cover this expanded service of twice a day, 6-day-a-week service for litter baskets?
So, I don't have that exact number. Sometimes there's areas that we don't believe need 2-time-a-week service, 2-time-a-day service, sorry. We just believe in equitable service, so those are the areas where we look to make adjustments on and work with, council members and the committee on making those proper adjustments when necessary.
Yeah, if at the next upcoming hearing, if you could provide us that information or through a letter on what that cost would be, even if the agency doesn't think it would be something we can accomplish, obviously we want to know what that number is to be able to work towards realizing that.
Absolutely.
Second, how does the uncertainty of yearly funding for this impact DSNY's ability to maintain stable operations and plan for long-term service improvements?
It doesn't, because we do our hiring, like DC Antonelli mentioned earlier, we do our front-loading hiring in the summer, so it doesn't impact it.
If this funding is not included for fiscal 2026, what impact would it have on litter basket servicing levels, particularly in high foot traffic and underserved areas?
So that would be something we'd have to look at holistically in areas where we feel we'd have to make adjustments. Obviously, we'd get creative, like I mentioned. Currently right now, our refuse collection, household collection routes are servicing those litter baskets. We'd look to gain some efficiency there, and then any of the existing programs we have, like PCI and TNT, and try to leverage where we can and not have any lapse of service.
It's fair to say it would have some level of impact, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some level of impact. Obviously, we'd want to minimize those in many areas.
What is the estimated population served by expanded litter basket service, and how does DSNY ensure that high density or high foot traffic areas receive adequate coverage?
Councilmember, we believe that every New Yorker obviously is impacted by an empty litter basket and negatively impacted by a full litter basket. But your question really gets at the issue with mandating 12-time-a-week service at every single one of the 23,000 litter baskets. Not all of them need it, and it can only be accomplished by taking away service from the areas you just mentioned, high foot traffic and underserved communities. We try as hard as we can to put our emphasis on communities of greatest need when it comes to litter basket service.
All right, I'm going to now pivot to the new bin, and then after this set of questions, I'll move over to my colleagues to ask some questions. The latest phase of DSNY's containerization initiative has raised serious questions for BIDs, business improvement districts, and organizations like ACE, which have long provided supplemental sanitation services to neighborhoods across New York City. Under new regulations, these groups will be fined if they place collected trash bags next to DSNY waste receptacles, despite having done so for decades as part of a partnership with the city. With limited alternatives and expensive compliance requirements, such as purchasing costly waste containers or operating private garbage trucks, many organizations are now forced to consider cutting services, jeopardizing the cleanliness of business districts and residential areas. What financial assistance, if any, is DSNY providing to BIDS and nonprofit organizations like ACE to help them comply with new containerization requirements?
So, as of now, we're not looking for any financial assistance. What I can say is, once the rule was passed, which goes in effect August 1st, we have extended the warning period to run till the end of the year. So January of 2026 is when we will begin enforcement. But I will say that when I took over, I made it a point, when I took over as acting commissioner, I made it a point of emphasis to have productive conversations with all bids. So out of the 76 bids citywide, we have had calls with 63 of them, okay? And plus, we've met with ACE. We have 27 site visits have been scheduled to date. We've had 15 completed, and we'll continue to do those as much as possible. That's my commitment. And I think part of that is when we've had these conversations and site walks, we find efficiencies in their initial estimates. So a lot of times, the challenges they face, we walk through with them and find creative solutions or, again, efficiencies to try to get any of those costs down.
I'd like to recognize Councilmember Banks. When will you, for how long will there be a grace period or delay in fine implementation?
So until the end of the year. So all through the end of this calendar year is the warning period. So we will not issue any fines for the rest of this calendar year.
Do you have any idea if if the administration will be committed to helping these struggling nonprofits pay for bins? Because at the end of the day, they are an extension, right, of really what I think the department should be doing, right, which is cleaning up our streets, and that manual pickup is what's making our streets cleaner. I see them as a natural extension of really your work, and it's really supplementing your work. I think this is something that the admin ought to look at funding to make it easier for them for compliance. What do you think?
Yeah, so Chair, I look forward to working with the administration and the council on that. But I think what we really need to do is just work together with them, and we can find solutions to almost all the bids. So I think as we have more conversations and meetings with them, I think we're going to find that they'll be productive, and we'll find ways for them to not incur as much cost.
I would like to recognize Councilmember Carr. What will be the impact on DSNY's own sanitation resources if organizations like ACE and BIDS are forced to suspend services due to the financial burden of compliance?
So right now, we really don't know what that impact would be. It's hypothetical, since we don't know which bids or groups would not continue their work. So right now, I don't have.
I think the impact would be quite significant. I see Josh nodding his head. Sorry, Deputy Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say there's a lot of misinformation out there about this rule and what it requires. A business, a resident, can't walk down to the street and leave a trash bag behind. If that resident or business said, oh no, I'm a nonprofit, they also wouldn't be allowed to leave a trash bag behind. We've had so many productive meetings with these organizations, with the BIDS, with ACE, where they go, well, yeah, I guess it's not going to cost nearly as much as I thought. Thank you for helping me see that it's not what I thought it was. But there are a lot of people who are still talking about this. By the time that any sort of enforcement begins, it will have been well over a year since this was first brought up. For the smallest bids, there are zero-cost solutions. For the largest bids, we're working with them closely. They don't need financial assistance. If it turns out that a bid is operating in good faith but can't comply by January 1st, they're not going to receive a summons. They are in close contact with us. The idea that we would say everybody's has to get their trash off the street, except these groups, this trash is allowed to go off on the street still, right? Clean streets means clean streets for everybody, and we are working so closely with these groups. So I really want to emphasize that there's a lot of people who are, just as 2 years ago we sat in here and heard businesses could never get a bin, and then they did. Residents could never get a bin, and then they did. There is a way to solve this, and we are working hand in glove with the bids to get this done.
I mean, look, I'm not disagreeing that there's no such thing as magic trash or trash that smells better than other trash or trash that's unsightly and other trash that is beautiful to look at, right? But there is a real fiscal financial burden that these bids are facing. And so far, I feel like there's no real solution on the table for them. That is my position. And I believe that is the position of many of our colleagues here today. I'm not going to turn over to council member questions. Councilmember Julie Menon.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I have two sets of questions, one on litter baskets, one on rat mitigation. Litter baskets, this is probably one of the #1 complaints I'm receiving in the district of overflowing litter baskets. I'm paying out of my office budget to increase litter basket pickup to 4 times a day during the week. So my question is, what can be done to increase the amount of litter basket pickup beyond what we're currently doing? And this is obviously a citywide question.
So I think that one of the things I would like to look at is why they're overflowing. A lot of times it's misuse, and I think I'd like to look at that before we increase, because there's been times we've tried different approaches. Increasing the level of service obviously may solve the problem, but the root cause is probably illegal drop-offs by maybe nearby residents or businesses. So I'd like to know if that's areas, specific areas in your district, and I'd like to look at that and see what's contributing to that. Because realistically, litter baskets are meant for paper cups, small things like that. If they're overflowing after 4 times of day service, there might be a bigger problem there that I'd like to look at before increasing that.
Okay, absolutely. No, I encourage you to come out and do a walkthrough of the
Definitely.
district. That would be incredibly helpful. Also on litter baskets, are you planning on any kind of changes in service schedules or deployment of additional baskets in response to ongoing demand across the city?
No, I think what we look at, one of the things that we started was, and I'm sure we've said it at previous hearings, Trash Dash, where we bring a borough command every week to headquarters, and the borough chief and his or her district superintendents get questioned on 311 stats primarily. One of those stats are overflowing litter baskets. So when we see an increase, whether it's the week to date, 28 day, or year to date, we question them and ask them what's the cause for it, what do they think the cause for it is, and that's where I think we do adjustments and make adjustments to routes or any kind of service levels within their existing resources. So I think that's been very effective, and we'll continue to do that.
Okay, on rat mitigation, so obviously appreciate the comments you've made on rat mitigation, but I'm still concerned that we are not deploying techniques that other cities are utilizing. We know if you visit other major cities across the country, they simply do not have the level of rats that we have proportionately in New York City. When I first came into office in the council, our team researched what all other major cities were doing. We found that cities like Boston and San Diego were using a novel technique of carbon monoxide to fumigate the tree pits. We brought in our own exterminator, who we are utilizing in my district. We send our exterminator out to any block, and they fumigate the tree pits. We've had amazing success with this. It doesn't mean you're never going to see a rat, because we know rats are at construction sites and other areas, but this technique is cost effective, it works, it's also safer in terms of putting down poison vis-a-vis children, pets, etc. So can you talk about why the sanitation department is not utilizing this technique citywide?
So I think some of those techniques will probably be better suited for the Department of Health. But I think that the approaches that we've mentioned about containerization have been the most effective. And again, I'd love to do a site walk with you in your district and see the areas. And maybe there's other things that we see. Sometimes what we do see is residents comply when they place out their refuse in containers, but then they store them in bags on the side. So that could be an area that we could look to make improvements on, but I'd love to have a walkthrough and see where you're seeing these rodent sightings and maybe take a different approach.
Absolutely. No, I'd love to do that because obviously, and I'm a big supporter of containerization, and we know that's going to make a difference, but that's only one of the tools in our toolbox. That is not enough to eradicate the rat population in New York City. So we need to be thinking outside the box. I definitely want to show you what I've been doing the last couple of years in my district with our own exterminator that we're utilizing, and we've had great success with that.
Great.
Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember.
Thank you, Councilmember. Now, Councilmember Ung.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner. I just have a few questions. Intro 97, Local Law 67, that was from last year. It's about, and which is one we worked very hard to pass. It's about the increased fines for repeated violators of the stoop lines. Has that program been in implementation?
So, Councilmember, we loved working with you on that legislation. I can tell you one thing that has been a huge help is it's gone right into every one of our community board and civic association presentations, warning everyone in attendance about the escalating fines. I'm actually not sure on the current status of implementing the fines themselves, but we are telling people that that they're going to face escalating fines, and it's definitely helping.
So then I assume the education part of the program has been implemented. But can you get back to me whether or not the actual fines, because I believe it's supposed to take place 180 days after the passage of the law, which is the end of June last year.
My chief of staff had actually said it has been implemented, so yes.
Great. Do you have any numbers on, how many, how's that been going? What are the fines?
We can get back to you on that.
That'd be great, thank you. And the second set of questions I have is about the street vendor enforcements. Right now, how many agents are there citywide for street vendors?
So the specific to street vending enforcement, those are a uniform headcount of 40 employees.
For the entire city?
For the entire city, correct.
Do you think that's sufficient?
It's hard to say. I think right now we have areas that we get constant complaints on. I think one of the things that is effective is just reinforcement of our presence there. I think, of course, having more would be effective. I just think that currently, right now, with the areas that we have, it is sufficient enough. If we want to expand beyond that, then I guess we'd love to work with you on expanding that.
Can you just, how about, how many do we have for the Borough Queens?
So that's a citywide unit, so we move them around as necessary, so it's not specific to any borough.
So you move them around according to what's needed in the different boroughs?
Correct. So we go with any 311 complaints, any external complaints, and we rotate them around as necessary.
Do you know, on average, how often they are in the Borough of Queens?
I'd have to get back to you on that with those specific numbers.
Okay.
Well, just the only thing I could say is that when we were doing the Operation Restore Roosevelt Avenue, we were there virtually every day, but there's other areas that, we've been working on, but I can get more specific numbers for you.
That'll be great if you could get back to me on the Borough of Queens, and I'll just say my district, which is District 20, how often are you there? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, let's get Councilmember Ung what she needs. Councilmember Brooks Powers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm looking forward to hosting you in my district. I think we have that scheduled now. I want to start with it's on. You can't hear me? Bless you. Containerization policy change. DSNY's proposed containerization rules could impose significant financial and operational burdens on organizations like ACO and BIDS, potentially jeopardizing the supplemental sanitation work they provide. What consideration has sanitation given to this impact policy on these organizations, and what are the alternative solutions? And I know this question is reoccurring, but I did talk to Deputy Mayor Joshi before she departed, and I know things were to be worked out, but I never got a conclusion to that conversation in terms of what formally will be decided to be able to ensure that these organizations are left unharmed.
Sure. So the first thing we want to do is obviously go through the solution of containerization, right? And I know that's probably some feel like that's the most costly. I think one of the things we want to look at with that is their initial estimates. Sometimes their initial estimates might be higher than what the actual need there. So when we do site visits with them, we look to see any efficiencies there. The siting of these containers sometimes plays a role in that. And again, it depends on how many bags they generate. So you can go as low as, $6,000 for an on-street container, and some of the bigger ones can be like $12,000 per container. So that's just one. The other one are tow trucks, which 1 cubic yard tow trucks, which can hold, I believe, what was the bags? How many bags? About 20 bags. That's another solution, which they can, obviously it's mobile, it's not fixed on the street, taking it to our designated sanitation garages. And then I think also where the other areas where we can get creative is if they have a centralized location that they can bring their bags to and containerize them, we can work with them on doesn't have to be an on-street container. And then also maybe adding, doubling up some corners and making, extending the need for bagging them up during the day is another way of gaining efficiency. So I think every bid and every organization is unique, recognize that. So I'm not gonna say one of those will always work, but I think when we do the site walks with them, I think we'll find other solutions that we're not thinking about now. We're open to any of those.
So I have a follow-up to that, but I'm gonna come back just in the interest of time because I have a few district-specific things I wanted to ask on the record. So one is case closures without cleanup. There have been multiple reports of sanitation cases being marked as closed without the necessary cleaning services being performed. How does sanitation track and verify the completion of the cleanup requests before cases are closed? And is there an internal review process to ensure accountability when issues are reported as unresolved? And I will say, and we've spoken to Antonio a number of times when we get these complaints in, I would literally see the photo of before, and then after the case is closed, my constituents will go and take a picture, and it will be the same, if not worse. Right. And so it had not been cleaned up. Another thing is sanitation, excuse me, response times. Many constituents have expressed frustration over the slow or inadequate responses to sanitation complaints. So in alignment with Councilmember Ung, how does sanitation prioritize and allocate resources for sanitation issues? And for me, I'm asking particularly about Southeast Queens. And are there plans to improve response times and transparency in case resolutions? And I got 2 more questions because I just want to get it all in my time. So the next one is the illegal dumping. What steps does sanitation taken to address the persistent issue of illegal dumping in our district? Are there plans to increase enforcement, surveillance, or penalties to deter illegal dumping? And I did work very closely with then Commissioner Tisch to be able to get those resources in terms of the cameras, and would love to see more investment there. Empty lots, how does sanitation coordinate with property owners to ensure that vacant lots are properly maintained and do not become hot spots for litter and illegal dumping? Are there any proactive measures you all are doing with that? And lastly, waste disposal on the Snake Road. And when you come out to the district, I will introduce you to the infamous Snake Road. And I just want to know what the current plan for waste disposal and cleanup along that strip of roadway is. It's really Brookville Boulevard, but locally we call it Snake Road. And are there any targeted initiatives in place to prevent illegal waste buildup in this area, in addition to the cameras that we were able to work together on? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Hopefully
I'll repeat whatever you
okay.
need to.
So the first question, I believe, was the unresolved closure of complaints. So that is something that is unacceptable. And that's something that we closely look at when we have these trash dash meetings. So a lot of times we will dig into these chronic areas, and we're able to see the SRs and the photos that are supplied. If we see a constant chronic condition calling, the question is, why is this reoccurring? And the borough command and the superintendents have to explain. Sometimes there's valid reasons for it, and the areas that they're not, I hold them strictly accountable. So if there are areas that you are finding, I'd be glad to take those before I walk through and even after, because that's something I take seriously, because it's not something that I take lightly. I believe the second question was about the service, the amount of time to closure. So that's another thing that we've tracked is the 311 service level agreement timeline. And each 311 SR category has different types of timeframes where they're able to close it.
That's going to be inaccurate because, again, we've seen that they've been closed
Right.
prematurely.
Right.
So you're going to see that the time is within that frame you're looking for.
Right.
So, like, there needs to be, like, a qualitative method internally to make sure that what is being closed is truly resolved.
Right. Yeah, so that is something that if I'd be glad to take those specific instances where you're seeing that, and I would, again, action those right away and see why that's happening, because that should not be happening. We never tell any of our supervisory personnel to close something out just in the interest of meeting the SLA. That's something that's not accepted and that's practiced. So if it's happening in areas that's not authorized, but I'd like to get more information on that when we have time. I think you also asked about legal dumping and what we're doing. So I think, so for the calendar year of 2024, we saw an increase of 18% on impounds through cameras and then a 40% increase on summonses. As you know, the initial fine is $4,000 and impounding of the vehicle. And I think it's proven to be effective, and I'd love to continue to work with you on finding areas. I think one of the things we are seeing, which we are exploring with our enforcement division, is areas where we're not seeing as much illegal dumping from the cameras, maybe seeing where we can move them within the district and seeing that place, is that effective at all? Because obviously, people get hip to it and they realize where the cameras are and they're not going there. So we're looking to see where we can move them and how that plays out, because that is something that I have noticed with our enforcement chief, and we are looking to explore that. And
No,
the last
absolutely,
one,
yeah. The last question was the Snake Road, yes. So we have some cameras that are there now.
I'll just say that, Councilmember, we're very aware of the persistent issues in this area. I think you know Chief Pitts, our Chief of Cleaning Operations,
Yes,
basically,
he's
like,
amazing.
he
The team is
basically
amazing.
slept there for a month. Like, he was really deep in, and, you know, it's a marshy area, so you forgive me, he was deep in the
Yeah.
weeds on it. It's a persistent problem. I think we would be interested in working with other agencies to see whether, you know, things like fencing might be appropriate in some of those areas, but I completely agree with you that cleaning it over and over again is not a long-term solution. Although, in the meantime, we will do that.
All right, let's move on to the next set of questions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nurse?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
morning.
I'm going to ask about the CWZ. The curbside, and I have some other smaller questions. Do you have and I'm sorry if you already said this, because I know sometimes people come in late and you have to repeat yourself, but have you communicated to the Carters a timeline for the next zone or zones coming online?
No, council member. So that's one of the things that we are ready to announce in the next few weeks. I think we have a hearing next month that we can probably talk more about that. I think we're working closely with OMB on making sure we have the adequate resources for the rollout of the next zones and the remaining 19 zones. But part of my testimony that I did want to reiterate is that Queens Central was not very successful. And one of the things that I feel good about is that we have virtually zero complaints
Yeah, I
from
read
any of the
that.
businesses. So I think that was a great thing. So I understand we want to get this thing rolled out, and that's definitely one of my priorities.
How many, I read your testimony, I understand. What level of resource do you need to bring on a zone? Like, for each zone you bring on, what is your communications budget? What is your outreach budget? What is your, how many staff do you need every time you roll out a zone?
Yeah, I mean, at this point right now, we have 17 people who are on staff right now. We have a few hires that are pending with OMB, but we're confident that we're going to get them and they're going to go through without an issue.
How many hires are those?
So we have 3 that are pending at OMB right now.
Got it.
But we just submitted those, so we don't think there's going to be
Okay.
any issue.
So with your current capacity, you think you'd be able to bring on another zone?
At the current level, yes, we could bring on another
Okay.
zone, yes.
And so do you think you'll be able to bring on another zone this year?
Yeah, I think we definitely bring on another
And it'll be
zone this
one or multiple?
Ideally, I'd like to do multiple.
Okay.
But, again, we're working closely with OMB on that.
Okay. And can you just say for the record what kind of data points you're collecting as you've rolled out this for the first 3 months of the year? I know you mentioned in your testimony you'll have some sort of analysis later to provide, but do you have anything initial that you could share? What is that data telling you?
So the biggest thing is, any complaints from the businesses, as I mentioned. I think another thing to highlight are, so a big part of commercial waste zones was the safety aspect from the private carters. So one of the things that we looked at, we've issued 156 notice of violations during the transition period, and then since the implementation period, we've issued an additional 37 NOVs. So I think that and virtually we're seeing almost close to no safety violations by the carters. We are still seeing some of them, but I think that the numbers have dropped substantially, and I think that's one of the other data points that we're looking at.
Okay. I'm going to turn to curbside. Can you talk about how much money is your communications budget this year as a whole for the whole department?
So I don't have that total. I think the issue with the communications budget is that it's in a lot of different places in the budget, but we can certainly get back to you on that, because it's scheduled out programmatically by the different program areas.
Okay. Can you get specific to the curbside program? How much money do you have dedicated for public education awareness around it? Can you talk about how many education campaigns you've run since the city has been fully on? And what are the specific mediums you're using beyond your social media accounts? Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing I'll say, Councilmember, is that we have in flight right now, so some people have probably already gotten it and some people will get it in the next couple of days, a mailer to every resident about the beginning of enforcement of the fines under Local Law 89 of 2023. So that's roughly a $1 million cost to send a citywide mailer. And you will probably be interested to know that you're receiving one version in single and 2-family homes that just says, don't forget you can get a fine. And if you live in a larger building than that, every resident is getting one that basically says...
So you're sending out a piece of mail?
Yes.
Okay.
That says that you can call 311
Okay.
to report your building not composting.
It's more about the communications. I don't need to know what's exactly in it, but you're sending out a piece of mail saying enforcement's beginning or
Yes.
the warning period is over. So that's one piece of education campaign beyond your social media. What else are you all doing?
Visiting every community board,
Okay.
civic associations, moving through our outreach list. We're holding info sessions, both targeted at the general public and targeted at building maintenance staff. And we're waiting to hear back. The department was awarded $2 million in federal funding for composting outreach. As you know, a number of federal funding items
Right.
may be in flux at the
So
moment.
you're not sure, yeah.
We have a plan in place to do substantial paid media with that funding if available.
Okay, great. Chair, do you mind if I have 2 questions?
Yeah, you got it.
I'll be very fast. One, cameras. How many DSNY cameras are currently uninstalled and in your inventory? And if you don't have it, if you could text somebody while we're here to pull that up.
I believe we installed all of the ones that we've,
You currently have 0 uninstalled cameras in your inventory?
correct, yeah.
Okay. And then I do want to say that I know there's going to be a lot of questions about the bids and the supplemental cleaning. I pay for supplemental cleaning in places where we don't have bids. In fact, I only have 1 bid in my district. It just got legislatively done. It's very new. So it would be helpful for you to detail for the record what are solutions for places that don't have a corridor. You're kind of putting the onus on these organizations, and we rely on them so much in areas where we don't have merchant associations that can pay for their own supplemental cleaning.
So, I just want to make sure I understand your question correctly. You just want me to speak through some of the different avenues they have to be in compliance with the rule? Is that correct?
So if I have an area,
Right.
I pay for areas that maybe don't even have commercial corridors. They're just these areas that I can't get enough level of service,
Right.
despite $150,000 or whatever we're paying for mobile litter patrols, because you guys don't have enough trucks in my district on any given day to go out and take care of dump outs and things like that. And just general street cleanliness. So areas where there might not be enough merchants, there might not be a lot of residents, but it's disgusting, and there is a lot of foot traffic, we put supplemental cleaning there. So what can we do about these areas that are long? It's not like it might be, they do 10 bags in that area or 5 bags in that area. But then for them to put it in a truck option, take it down to the garage, especially out where we're getting into less dense areas and your garages are more geographically further out, it kind of really, it really eats into the time they have to actually do the actual cleaning.
Right. I think one of the options that might work are the tow truck options. A tow truck is 1 cubic yard, can hold like 20 bags. And that's an area I think it might be effective in a circumstance like that. And there might be an area within the district that, that's central, that, they can put these tow trucks in. We can work together on knowing when that schedule it is, when they service them, and then we would coordinate on servicing those bags that they service.
Yeah, I will just say, I do think that the administration should consider putting up money for these organizations to do it and not necessarily relying on the council to fill in that gap, because I think that's probably what's going to happen is it's going to get kicked to our pots or kicked to the council to pick that up. This is your initiative, and you should have thought about this. You should have thought about the consequences of it and the recalibration that it was going to take, and I think you all should put up the money for it to help people figure it out and help these organizations figure it out, because the fact is we're going to continue to need to use them. There's no universe in which we're not using them. So I think
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Banks. Before that, actually, I'd like to recognize Councilmember Salamanca. Go ahead, Banks.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Commissioner. First of all, let me begin with the containerization when we talk about supplemental services. With the implementation of the city's containerization law requiring organizations, including those that provide supplemental cleaning, to purchase and maintain complaint containers, what fiscal considerations, if any, were made for small organizations that may not have the capacity to absorb these added costs? And the organizations that provide these supplemental cleaning obviously will force them to cease operations to comply with these particular laws. What contingency plans does the department have to prevent these services, these gaps that may come about in these high-needed districts where these supplemental services are needed badly? And also, too, when it comes to these organizations like ACE and Center for the Employment of Opportunities, Do you see any value in these organizations?
Okay, see if I get so the first question was the financial impact.
Correct.
So yeah, I think that's part of our conversations with them. And then once we set up the site visits, we work with them on seeing what their actual need is. I think sometimes when we do the site visits, we find areas where maybe they don't need as much of the containers as they need, or sometimes they don't realize about the tow trucks or any other methods that we have. So I think that's one area where I think we work with them.
Do you see value in these organizations that provide these supplemental services, especially to communities like mine?
Yes, of course we do.
You do see, okay. And just to echo what my colleague, Ms. Nurse said, obviously the ownership should be on the administration to come up with the funding to support these organizations. This is your plan. This is your initiative, and to hurt communities like mine because of the lack of planning, in a sense, to me is unfair and is a grave injustice to our community. When it comes to vendor enforcement, I want to encourage you, I would like to invite you out to my district where we've had major issues with vendors, especially on the sanitation side, along Fountain, and in that particular industrial area in the 42nd Council District. So I want to invite you out to maybe do a walkthrough so you can see the condition that has been created by some of these vendors. And I know it was stated earlier that there's only 40 enforcement agents throughout the city. How many of those agents have been relegated to the 42nd Council District? And what's the amount of summonses that have been given?
So the 40 employees that are assigned to the illegal vending unit are not defined to one particular area. We move them around citywide, and I'd have to get back to you.
Well, when you're
on
getting multiple complaints from 311 of a particular area,
Right.
What's the action plan? I mean, so when it comes to when you have that degree or amount of complaints,
Right.
What's the response from sanitation? Is there an organized effort?
Yeah, of
That's
course.
why I
We
asked.
send our lieutenants to investigate the area, and we definitely take action. So if there's areas that,
Well, are you aware of the particular area I'm talking about where there's been a major influx of vendors since the closing of the Aqueduct?
Which area is that?
That's in the 42nd Council District. That's like the Fountain area, Workman, Stanley, Cozine.
I think that is one of the areas, but I'd have
Well,
to
if you
get back
can,
to specific
do our
location.
walkthrough. If you're
Yeah.
not aware, we'd definitely love to show you
Definitely.
what's going on back there. And hopefully we can develop a strategy to keep that area clean. When it comes to the street sweepers,
Yep.
and if I may, if you
Yeah,
may,
just 30 more seconds, please.
if you may allow me, thank you. When it comes to the street cleaners, some agree that the current street cleaning measures aren't effective, as they believe that trash is usually moved from one side of the block to the other. Has there been any investment or exploration into modernized alternative street sweeping equipment?
You mean as far as the current equipment we have?
The street sweepers
Right.
that you currently have,
Right.
residents are saying that they're not cleaning the streets.
Right.
And I know folks say, well, they may be relegated just because cars are not being removed.
Right.
But when they are, when the cars are removed from the streets
Right.
and the sweepers do come down, I've seen it many a times. The trucks or the sweepers, they're not adequate. They're just throwing trash down to the corner, or they're being moved to the other side of the street. Are you exploring any other is the exploration into modernized or alternative street sweeping equipment
Right.
that can effectively keep the streets clean.
I understand. So we have explored other types of equipment. One of the street sweepers that we've looked into is a 3-arm mechanical broom, which has it's 2 segments on the side and has one on the front. But to your point about it going down the block and not sweeping, I think part of the issue that we had, which I think we're getting through, is some of the older equipment that wasn't relinquished and cycled out. Sometimes we see those problems. And we always tell our operators, they have to use water. Sometimes when it's a little too cold, they can't use water, and that loses the effectiveness on the sweeping. But I think right now the fleet of sweepers that we have, we find them to be effective, but we are always exploring new ways.
Okay, thank you. And just my last question, and I'll wrap it up. When it comes to budget allocations for illegal dumping, we know that there was a state allocation from Senator Roxanne Passard to put up dumping cameras in my district. I need to know exactly where these cameras have been placed, where have the cameras been placed and how many have been placed?
Yeah, one thing that I do want to point out, the state hasn't released the money yet for that. When city council allocates money, it's a very quick process. We're able to spend it right away. With the state, it essentially turns into a grant application, and it takes a significant amount of time, often years, for us to get that money. So I think we're at the final stages of actually getting that money, but we don't have it yet.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And if we can just get some further information as to when that money's released, so if we can have a conversation where those cameras can be placed appropriately. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Carr?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, good to see you. I just want to begin by thanking everybody at Sanitation for their hard work, particularly our local operations folks, our bar chiefs. They're phenomenal. I want to begin by talking about the curbside e-waste program that used to exist in Staten Island. It did not make it into this current year's budget. And I've noticed over the last few months a significant uptick in illegal dumping generally, and that we see a lot of electronic waste in increasing amounts in these dumped areas. So I was wondering if we could get support for this to be returned for this year's budget, because as you know, in the prior administration, it wasn't supposed to be a Staten Island only program. It was meant to be rolled out to the other boroughs as well. Could you comment on that?
Councilmember, thank you for raising this program. Obviously, it's something that the stops and starts are never productive. One thing that we can share, I think is that last year this most recent fiscal year, we almost tripled the number of hours that the special waste sites where you can bring these types of material are open. There's also state legislation that requires take-backs at a wide variety of retailers. Would be happy to work with you on making sure that people who may think illegal dumping is their only option understand that there's actually more places than ever that they can bring e-waste.
I appreciate that, but they're not always convenient, right? And they're not always as well known as we'd like them to be. And frankly, not all the retailers do so on a consistent basis despite the state mandates. And so I think we really need to return to the curbside model. That's the most effective way to make sure that these items are retrieved legally and don't end up on the sides of our streets, right? The whole point of the state ending of landfilling of e-waste was to protect their natural areas. We're not protecting them. And we've had a great partnership over the years between our office and your agency and the DA's office combating illegal dumping, and it's just getting worse. So I think we really need to return this program to where it is and then return hopefully to the rollout to the rest of the city. But I want to move on to organics collection. It's been alluded to that next week is the beginning of the enforcement period. I've already received a lot of complaints from constituents who got the warnings because they didn't put out their brown bin, even if their home was unoccupied, didn't put out their brown bin because maybe they didn't think there was enough to warrant putting out their brown bin that day, even though they are separating the trash and the organics. So I'm really concerned that come next Tuesday, a lot of folks are going to be getting fines that don't deserve it.
No, and that's one of the things that we have seen. I can reassure you that once the fine period begins, we will not issue any of the summonses to areas like that. So I think right now what of our messaging has been is that if there's no bin out, it's essentially more of the reminder of what is going to happen. I think we've used that as more of like an effective tool to say, hey, reminder, like starting April 1st, this will be a fine. But once April 1st comes, our enforcement personnel are required to look through the trash to ensure that there is in fact a violation. So that is one of the
They'll be
things that-
examining what's
Yes,
actually put
they
out.
will- yes.
And so is there internal to the department or in conversations with OMB a target for fine generation for the coming fiscal year? Is there any kind of notion of that? And is there an expectation on your part on a dollar figure for that?
On expectation, I'm sorry.
On the dollar figure for the fines you expect to generate in the coming fiscal year?
No, I mean, that's, our goal is to try to increase diversion. We're not, looking for revenue on any of this. If we see the compliance shift, so that'll be telling once the weights and the reports come in weekly and we see that improving, that's where we're gonna see. But as far as revenue generating, that's not something that we're looking for. That's not the goal of this program. Yeah, sure.
I just want to add, Councilmember, just because I saw a few reactions to the comment that sanitation enforcement personnel might be going through the trash for this, that's not a new enforcement tactic, right? You've been required by law to separate your metal, glass, plastic, and paper for 20 years. And that's how that enforcement works. Context clues, they're not necessarily opening the bag, but context clues from the outside of the bag to know what's inside of it. And as the Commissioner mentioned, the standard will be much stricter for violations than it is for warnings.
I appreciate it. Listen, I have no problem with organics collection. As you know, I come from the borough that had the biggest landfill, and we want to stop landfilling waste as much as we can, but I don't want it to be a burden to constituents who, are doing their best to comply with the new mandate. Appreciate it, Chair. Thank you.
Just one quick question on that. What's going to be the primary basis for enforcement? Is it going to be the presence of bins primarily at this phase, or is it also the sorting?
No, it's gonna be the sorting. That's the only way the violation is valid. If the bin's not there, but they're finding another way to, maybe they're doing their own composting in the backyard, I don't know, but.
And what are you anticipating in terms of enforcement? Like, how big is the team going to be?
So right now, we have 203 sector supervisors that are assigned to areas across the city every day. Those are the same people that monitor the street sweeping and do everything else, and they're the only ones that are going to be monitoring this. We don't have any dedicated staff for this. So, but in their travels, as they're checking the streets, if they find violations, those are the ones that they're going to be issuing summonses to.
Salamanca?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner. I want to start off by just thanking your agency for the good working relationships throughout the years that we have, and being accessible and having that direct access. Commissioner, I just want to, I have not much time, so I just want to get answers to these questions very quickly. Ghost cars, I know it was a problem years ago. We have addressed the issue, but we still have an issue with some of these ghost cars or vehicles, at least in my district, that do not have license plates. With the prior commissioner, I worked directly with sanitation. You had an NYPD enforcement division. Does that division still exist?
Yeah, so we have the personnel assigned to this, and they report up to us every day with their operation.
Okay.
So that is something that we still have in place.
All right. I'll get more details on that when we do our walkthrough next week. The warm weather is upon us now. There was a bill that was passed about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, on enforcement of unregistered mobile car washes. Do you have a number of how many mobile car washes you picked up from the streets last year?
Sure. So since the enforcement began in August of 2024, we've issued 418 summonses and impounded 153 vehicles.
418 summonses and how many vehicles?
153 vehicles.
And do you have a breakdown by borough?
No, Councilmember, I'd have to get back to you, but I'd get you that information.
One of the biggest issues that I have with my constituents is when the law was changed in terms of containerization of the household trash, where they would have to go purchase their trash cans. Unfortunately, in my community, these trash cans are disappearing. My constituents, homeowners, mainly, are purchasing these trash cans, and they're disappearing. Not too long ago, I helped one of my constituents to write a letter to Oath, trying to hopefully that they can be understanding that he received a violation because his trash can wasn't there. What programs do you have at all for these situations where these trash cans are basically being stolen from these homeowners?
So right now, the only mechanism we have is just the process of them reporting it to the local precinct. And unfortunately, we don't really have anything in place to get them a new bin or anything like that. But that's the only thing I can say about that.
Yeah. I imagine it's happening in other boroughs, but I know in the borough of the Bronx, at least in the South Bronx, it's a concern and it's a major issue for us. And then finally, I was talking to my colleague here about illegal, the cameras for illegal dumping. I know that more than half of I have a big chunk of my district as industrial, and therefore we're having issues with illegal dumping, especially in the Hunts Point side of the community. We're also seeing a lot of illegal dumping on bids, where we have individuals, we have many migrants that are selling produce at what we call end-of-life produce. If you don't sell it in a day or two, you have to get rid of it. And unfortunately, we're having issues in certain parts of bids, like the 3rd Avenue bid, where they're finding locations and they're literally just dumping their produce that they cannot sell. I know that my office, in the last 4 years, has allocated $558,000 to sanitation for cameras. Can you tell me how many cameras we have in the borough of the Bronx and how many cameras we have in my district?
I'd have to, in the interest of time, I'm trying to get that for you, but one of the things I do want to say that we can work through is we're exploring the use of the mobile cameras. Right now we have very limited amounts, but I think that may work as a deterrent, that we can try and see if that works in the area that you mentioned. So we bring out, it's a mobile camera. The only limitation is the amount of time it could stay up with the power, because it's not tied to an existing power supply. But I think that's one of the areas we can look to see if it's effective as a deterrent, or maybe finding who's dumping these materials that you're mentioning. And I'm sorry, we'd have to get back to you on the actual camera breakdown.
All right. Do you have a total number amount of how many cameras you have installed in the entire city of New York?
Yeah, it's 331.
331.
31.
And can you at least off the top of the head, how many are in the borough of the Bronx?
Just while we're looking for that, Councilmember, I just want to say your cameras have been so productive. I think you know that we post social media video from them all the time, and it's all the time the enforcement team is sending videos. They're from the ones in your district.
It's 18 installed in your district. In your district, 18 cameras.
18?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll talk Monday. I think I should have more than 18 cameras installed in my council district. Yeah. All right. With that, we've allocated almost $500,000 for them. I think I should have more than 18 cameras, installed in my district.
Okay, we'll confirm that and just reaffirm the numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you. Lincoln Ressler, council member.
Thank you very much, Chair Abreu. I really appreciate your impressively effective leadership of this committee. You've done a great job. So thank you very much for championing many of the things that me and my constituents are concerned about. And Commissioner, it's good to see you and your team. I really, firstly, just want to say thank you. Thank you for continuing to lead on containerization. Thank you for the diligent cleaning efforts across District 33. We love partnering with the Department of Sanitation in our office and are really grateful for you and your team's work. I'll just shout out Rebecca in particular. Whenever we bother her with any issue, she comes up with a solution and puts us in touch with exactly the right person, and we really appreciate it. I do just also, I'll thank you for one other thing, and then I'll start asking questions, is at the last time I was at a hearing with the Department of Sanitation, we asked about the feasibility of a 25-gallon bin to help my constituents effectively containerize their garbage. And I am immensely grateful that you and your team took that suggestion and have actually tried to make it happen. And so I know there's, some final steps you guys are working through, but I'm really appreciative that you're willing to hear from us, take our suggestions, and try to actually make them happen. And I know that my constituents are going to be thrilled when they start to see the 25-gallon bins as an option for them in their homes. Okay. We've been hearing a lot from ACE, and I think I have seven business improvement districts across my district. We fund ACE on 5 different routes across our district. They all do an essential job in supplementing the work of the Department of Sanitation. I guess, I support containerization of garbage wherever and whenever we can, but we also want to make sure that we're not making it impossible for these folks to do their really important work. I've been impressed that your team has been meeting one-on-one with the bids in my district to try and identify solutions, and I know you've been in touch with ACE. Do we have a commitment that you're kind of working toward tailored solutions to try and help us containerize garbage wherever we can, whenever we can, kind of on a case-by-case basis across the city?
Of course, Councilmember. And again, the last thing I want to do is take any of these organizations out of business. We want to work closely with them. We'll go out of my way, me and my team, to make sure that they get as many meetings and walkthroughs as necessary. So yeah, that's my commitment to this initiative.
A couple other things. I'm very jealous of the chair of the committee and all of the good containerization work that in some ways, not in all ways, but in some ways I'm jealous of the chair of the committee about all of the containerization efforts that are happening in CB9 in Manhattan. How do we expand that work as quickly as possible to CBs 1 and 2 in Brooklyn and across the city of New York?
So I think the main thing with that is the legislation with the RAD Act. I think that is the first step, and then we can talk about expanding in different areas of the city, but I think that's the first step, and seeing where we can go citywide with that.
Okay, well, let's get that done. And then we have been getting complaints from constituents about that they purchased these new, city specified bins for containerization, and they're getting stolen. What recourse do we have? What advice should we be giving them when their bins are getting stolen? They've spent a healthy amount of money on this to support them.
So I think, obviously, if they get stolen, to report it to the local precinct. I think one of the things that I don't see a lot of is some people aren't utilizing the space to write their address. I think if they can utilize that and make it more prominent on the bin, it's helpful. If, at some point, if we retrieve it somewhere and we see it, we'd love to return it back to them if we find it. But I think that might be a deterrent, hopefully. That's really the only thing I can say as far as the bin.
I was grateful for the legislation that was recently passed to help support moderate income homeowners to get free bins. If somebody reports a stolen bin and they can demonstrate that they had purchased the city bin, is there a way that you think we can try to get free bins as replacements?
Yeah, I think that's part of the challenge. Making sure that there's no fraud or anything like that coming into play, because obviously that's something that might happen. But I think we'd have to work out.
But your vendor has a record of exactly who they've provided bins to, right? So you could verify with them to avoid fraud?
Right, but if you recall, we made the bins available in Home Depot, so that's one of the areas where people might say they purchased.
Okay.
And then I just might add one more thing about it as sort of as an ongoing issue. I just think it's just good to remember, and I've reminded a lot of members of the public this as well. They use bins in Detroit. They use them in Chicago. They use they use bins in much more dangerous cities than New York. And we're hopeful that these isolated incidents are going to settle down as they become just a fact of life in the city the way they are in so many other places.
Can I ask one more question? Thank you very much. I am interested if you have any advice for council members who are going through large-scale rezonings for how we can try to ensure that we get sufficient sanitation resources to meet the needs of growing communities. We just approved a Big City of Yes plan that I was an enthusiastic supporter of, but I want to make sure that when we're adding density in a meaningful way, when we're adding 5,000, 8,000, 12,000 units of housing in a community, that we're planning for it with the Department of Sanitation, and that you have the person power and the vehicles and the resources to be able to actually step up and meet those needs and keep those streets clean. Any suggestions for us for how we should be better advocates to make sure that sanitation is resourced properly in growing communities?
I think the only thing we can say is just working closely on knowing when these rezonings are happening, and then working with the administration and council on seeing where the right amount of resources are and what would be right. I would just say we just have close communication and working closely together.
I think that we often hear that there's like no substantial impact for the Department of Sanitation for other agencies, but I can tell you as a district that's undergone multiple large-scale rezonings, there have been substantial impacts, and it's been a process over 15 or 20 years of trying to get more sanitation resources dedicated. You don't have additional people that are added when we go through a big rezoning to meet the needs of our community, but there should be, and there should be more investment that's given to the agency to be able to support the communities that have greater demand. So I just hope that's something, Chair, that we could explore together, because I think it's a good issue that, might be that council members who are going through rezonings would appreciate knowing that there's going to be additional sanitation support for those communities.
I think that's a great idea, council member. I'm going to respectfully ask the panel to just elevate your voice a little bit and get the mic closer to you, because I think we're having some issues hearing you on the live stream. Yep. Council member Palladino.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for being here. We are tremendous supporters of the Department of Sanitation over in District 19, so I want to start off always as saying thank you to each and every one of you. We have a area, let me start first with the Argus cameras. Now, I have allotted X amount of dollars for Argus cameras. There's certain areas of my district, one in particular, which is the service road that takes you over to the Throgsneck Bridge. We have illegal trucks. We have trucks parked there. They stay overnight. They're tractor trailers. They change their oil. They leave their mess there, whether it be personal mess as well as debris from them working on their vehicles. Now, a lot of these guys are from out of state. So, I've consulted with the 109 because that's their precinct. And yet, the poor neighbors who their backyards are actually butt right up against this service road. I want to know what I could do to get more enforcement there, possibly as many as 3 and 4 times a week, because those neighbors that live there, and the people, the sports, it's right there by a park, it's called Harvey Park, they should not have to go through this tremendous amount of tractor trailers and the garbage and debris that's left there. I'm telling you, my borough guy is amazing. I love my chief. He does a great job. And I also, I fund sanitation into the tune of close to $200,000 out of my own pocket. And I also give CEO an additional $100,000 and to keep my district really spotless. But this is garbage that is rough picking up. I mean, CEO cannot be picking up this type of waste. Like I said, I just want to know what we could do about that, working together.
I think sometimes what's been effective in my experience is we have our permit inspection unit that can go out to an area.
Yes.
And maybe do like a focused blitz, so to speak, for a limited amount of time and see if that's effective. So we can try that and see if that has any impact on it, because I had similar concerns in other areas of Queens.
They're all over.
Yeah.
I mean, the big thing is, what do? The truck drivers stop, they get in their car and they drive away. They leave their trucks there overnight. They do their business and leave it, and then they go. And sometimes the same tractor trailers are lined up. You could be 6, 8, 10 of them. And yet they don't come back for 2 or 3 days. So this is one of the bigger problems, because I hear constantly from the people who live in that area and the sports now that is going to start to pick up. It's spring. Right. And our park is going to be packed every weekend. So that's one of them. I do know that if we could get out there, I believe in steeper fines. I believe in steeper fines for my store owners. as much as I hate to put the pressure on small business, they really need to take responsibility for their property that is out in front of their stores. There used to be a day where you used to sweep and you used to hose off your property. Now I'm paying CEO to power wash, you know, the Whitestone Village, Bayside, Bell Boulevard, which has a bid. I appreciate what my colleague Lincoln Ressler said about the container program. I think this is a great idea, and I think it's something that the bids need to do and maybe make it more accessible, and where we could just keep the cost down a little bit. Because the biggest thing here always seems to come back to the dollar bill.
Right.
All right? Every time we talk, it's about money. So now I'm just going to jump off into something else. This composting waste.
Right.
Okay. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I don't think our neighbors should be forced to compost their daily eggshells and chicken bones and stuff like that. I just think the trucks are, I don't think your trucks are ready for it. That's raw waste. And to leave it up to the individuals to do it. Tell me a little bit about my district. And if they purchased these little brown pails, and they did, but they don't have waste every day. David brought this up, David Carr. How are we going to handle the people who do not want to compost? And if you go by this twice a week, certain areas is Monday night, Sunday night, and onto Monday pickup, Thursday pickup. So let's see you take those Monday and Thursday pickups.
Right.
And you go week by week by week by week by week. One more moment. And that same block did not put out their compost pail.
Right.
What's going to happen to those people who don't put out their compost pail?
So if they don't put it out, I mean, that's not a reason for a summons. They have to put out their compost organics material with the refuse, then they'd be subject to a fine. And as far as I think in your district, in areas of Eastern Queens, what we call our hybrid routing model allows us to be more efficient because that same truck is going down the block to collect the refuse and the organics on the recycling day. So I think whatever weight shifts over to the other side, I think we're ready for that. But just to your point, I mean, we're not going to issue a fine for somebody.
Because that's what I'm concerned about, the elderly, the older people.
Right.
You know, everybody's a creature of habit.
Right.
And they just put their garbage in their regular garbage that we've been doing. And to have recycling for plastic is great, for paper is terrific, and just our regular garbage. What is the purpose? I'm dying to know, why is everybody all caught up with this organic composting?
Well,
Can you help me with that? I mean, really, what's the big deal? I'm not understanding. I mean, we have an area in College Point that they make out of the waste. People bring it and they compost.
Keep it down, please. Committee room. Thank you, guys.
What's that?
Can you ask your question?
That is my question.
Okay.
What's the purpose of composting?
Councilmember, I'm happy to just talk through the purpose of it quickly. Right now, there are three things that can happen to your food waste or your yard waste. And remember, it's everything from your kitchen and everything from your garden, right? It's, you know, you redo your lawn, all that stuff can go out as compostable waste too. There are three things that can happen to it. It can either become finished compost that we give away for free. You could use it for your garden next year, your yard next year. It can become renewable energy, keeps our heating costs low because we produce it here in the city. It does help, it's cheaper than gas off the grid, for sure it is. And then the third thing that it can become is nothing. It can be rat food that sits out at the curb or goes to a landfill and goes to waste. This is just a way for us to take something that has value and say, let's put it to work for us. Let's use it to keep our costs down. So that's the purpose of it. And I also do just want to mention on your question about enforcement, we talked before about the state camera funding from Senator Persaud. You may know there's state camera funding coming to your area as well. Senator Stavisky allocated some, so you're also, whenever the state releases that money, getting additional cameras.
All right, Councilmember Mamarato.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Very serious crowd here. You're the only one smiling over there in the corner. All right, so when the city is in dire need for additional sanitation services, workers, and resources, can you kind of rationalize to me why the budget cuts starting on April 1st are happening? And are these cuts going to workers, trucks, or projects? And specifically, can you give me those numbers that will affect Garage 10 and 11 in the Bronx?
Councilmember, I don't think we have any cuts for coming April 1st, to
Okay,
our knowledge.
but are there cuts coming?
No, not to
No?
our knowledge, no.
Oh, you sure? Okay, all right. So it was brought to my attention that Garage 10 in the Bronx is condemned, that they don't allow trucks in the building. Are there any?
The facility itself, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there any capital projects in the works?
Yeah, so that's part of the Zariga Avenue plan. I think by 2031 it should be completed and construction should begin, what is that? There's 487 million allocated to that project.
That's a long time away.
They
That's
take a long time,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
and do you have the funding already allocated to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as cameras for dumping in District 13, how many are there?
I'd have to get back to you on that, but just going back to Councilmember Salamanca's question, in the Bronx total, there's 70 cameras. And I'd get
70 in the
70
Bronx?
total in the Bronx, and I'd get back to you on. Okay, I'm sorry, I'd have to get back to you on specifics to the numbers.
Okay, how much do these cameras cost?
I'm sorry, $31,000 per camera?
And they just sporadically take picture, or when there's like motion, it starts to
No,
take-
yeah, so it has a license plate reader. It's tied to a power source, so it's constantly taking video, and it picks up the whatever video feed in with license plate reader identifies a license plate if it's
Okay,
from
so
a
what
vehicle.
happens when, because we have trucks all along the cemetery parked
Right.
in one area of my district, and there's a lot of dumping over there. How will it pick up and be able to ticket anybody?
So if there's a camera there, we have a dedicated enforcement unit that reviews this footage, and if we're able to ascertain that that vehicle did dump, when we would go and find the vehicle and impound it and issue a summons, which is $4,000.
Okay. And as far as tickets being issued in council districts, do you guys have a website, or is there any way that we could access that information to see if it's proportional throughout the entire city?
I believe all that information's on open data, but if there's a summons that's not on there, I'd be glad to work with you on getting something else.
And I just have one final question. Was it you or was it Parks that decided to come up with the pizza box container bins in our parks? As an Italian American, I find it very offensive that you guys put a pizza box container in one of my parks. Nobody eats pizza in the park.
Yeah, that was a Parks initiative.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right, I have a few set of questions before we turn it over to members of the public to testify. Lot cleaning. DSNY's lot cleaning program has played a critical role in maintaining public health and cleanliness by ensuring that vacant lots do not become hazardous dumping grounds. Despite continued high demand, the number of lots cleaned has declined each year, with DSNY attributing this to budget cuts and staffing reductions. As the program faces ongoing funding challenges, it is essential to assess the impact of these reductions and the city's plan to address the growing backlog. With 1,416 lot cleaning requests received in the first 4 months of FY25, but only 26 lots cleaned in that period, what immediate steps are DSNY taking to address the widening gap between service requests and completed cleanings?
So, Chair, that is something that was impacted by cuts previously. I believe our head count before the cuts were 76 positions, and we're down to 15, so there is an impact there. Wherever we can, we try to bridge that gap with some of the resources, whether it's sometimes TNT that are adjacent areas, but there, I can't sugarcoat it. There was a cut and there is an impact, and we try to prioritize, areas where we know, we're seeing that either aging complaints or bigger complaints. So, love to work with the administration and council on that.
What's the head count at now?
15 positions, 15 sanitation workers.
And what's the outstanding number of lot cleaning requests at the moment?
I believe it's a little over 1,918 lots.
And how many have been completed?
I'll get that back to you. I'll get back to you on that, Chair.
Is it more than the 26 lots cleaned from the FY?
Yeah, I believe it's definitely more than the 26. I just have to get that number.
Okay. Would definitely like to have those data points. What are operational changes or efficiencies that are being explored to increase productivity despite these budget constraints?
Productivity in terms of,
in terms of being able to address more of the cleaning requests, how are you sort of, operationally dealing with addressing this, given the cut in number of headcount?
Right. So depending on what area you're referring to, I think one of the things that we try to do is shift the way our operation, which you're familiar with, Chair, is we shift personnel from district to district. So wherever the need is, that's evaluated on a week-to-week basis by our cleaning office, and the borough chiefs all have requests, and then depending on where the bigger need is, we reallocate where necessary. So that's one of the ways that we use to bridge some of those areas that we had cuts in.
Does the SOI believe that its current staffing levels are sufficient to meet the demand?
We can always do more with more. I think right now with our current headcount, we're addressing the areas that are in greatest need, but we'd love to work with council on, wherever that need is, where we need to increase that.
And you may not be able to say it, but it sounds like the headcount going from 75 to 15 is not enough to address the outstanding requests for cleaning, service requests. So sounds like it's not enough to meet the demand based off of at least the numbers we have in front of us. Without a full restoration of the program, what alternative measures is the SNY considering to prevent vacant lots from becoming public health hazards?
So I think in areas that are becoming really public health hazards, I think we utilize some of our TNT resources, and that's where we try to mitigate some areas. And we have the 15 positions that we shift around as well.
Does DSNY have an estimate of how much additional funding will be required to restore the program to pre-cut levels and eliminate the backlog of lot cleaning requests?
Approximately 9.5 million.
9.5 mil?
Not 9.5 million.
Okay. So expect to hear that number a lot in this budget cycle. In terms of federal funding risks, in the fiscal 2025 adopted and preliminary plans, DSNY received approximately $200 million in federal funding supporting key operations and initiatives. However, with the new administration prioritizing federal funding freezes and government efficiencies or inefficiencies, it is critical to assess how DSNY plans to manage these funds and what contingency plans are in place if this funding is reduced or eliminated. What specific programs and services does the $200 million in federal funding support, and how critical is this funding to DSNY's overall budget?
Okay, so the $200 million that we have in the budget this year, so first and foremost, that was all for spending that happened prior to the start of the new year. So prior to December 31st. That money's already been spent. $196 million of it was the American Rescue Plan's funding for waste export. So that's all done. And also there was some money for basket service, approximately $4 million. But there's no risk or anything, as that's all done. No ongoing federal funding to support.
Did the preliminary plan account for another $200 million to come in?
No.
So it's as if it doesn't exist?
No, it's just that the $200 million was in the budget for this year. No changes have been made to the budget, but the spending already occurred, so we're not depending on additional money or anything going forward. So it's all done and it was up prior to the start of this calendar year.
What percentage of DSNY's total budget relies on federal funding, and how does this compare to previous years?
So in this particular year, so the $200 million would represent approximately 10% of our budget, but in the out years and baseline, we don't have regular federal funding.
Okay.
This is all one-time stuff.
I just want to get back quickly to the commercial waste zones. It sounds as though you would have more information on the upcoming hearing on this. You're still not able to ballpark how many commercial waste zones will be up by the end of the year?
I mean, I think it's safe to say we can roll out an additional zone. I think we'd like to do obviously more, but within, with the adequate resources and just making sure that we're rolling out the zones carefully like we did Queen Central. But I think I'd love to discuss that more at the next hearing.
Would Queen Central pilot be enough to learn in order to implement the full zones?
Yeah, we were informed a lot. I mean, as you know, every geographical area has its own unique challenges, so I'm sure we're going to learn more from the other zones.
Is there a budget ask that would help enhance the implementation of more zones or all the zones in the next, whatever months ahead?
No, we're just working with OMB to work within our existing budget level, just to make sure we have the adequate resources.
I think you
to
said
roll out the
earlier
zones.
17 hires, right?
No, so we have 17 people on staff right now.
Okay, and do you think that's enough to implement the full zones?
No,
All
we
the
would
zones?
need some additional hires if we wanted to do more than one zone at a time, and we're just working with OMB, to do that within our existing budget level. So there's no specific budget ask for it.
It would be helpful for the council to know what the cost would be in order to implement, the cost per zone, so that if we need to make a push for this budget cycle, that we know what the cost associated with that will be.
Okay.
In terms of waste equity, what efforts are the city making to open marine transfer stations to collect commercial waste, as planned in the now 20-year-old solid waste management plan? If any environmental reviews require, what steps is the city taking to conduct this review?
So, Councilmember, I think the sort of key point of that is that it was part of a 20-year analysis. Opening our transfer stations to commercial waste, no commercial carter would find that to be financially viable. The cost per ton to use them would be much higher than what they get at commercial transfer stations, and so that's why there's no plan to move forward with that.
Has capacity at marine transfer stations been offered to designated private haulers slated to serve in the commercial waste zones under local law 199?
We've discussed it, I believe both formally and informally, and just found there's no interest.
All right. I am done with my set of questions. This panel is hereby excused. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
We will be transitioning now for testimony from members of the public. Just give us a minute here, and we're going to transition, starting with the kids. I'm very excited to hear from you guys. I now open the hearing for public testimony. I remind members of the public that this is a government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant-at-Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant-at-Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic, DSNY preliminary budget, or any of the legislation on our agenda today. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant-at-Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. I am now calling the first panel. Our first panel will be Rhonda Kaiser, Von Miro Ortiz, Amy Vargas Santos, Amaya Colbert. We should figure out who's missing.
Thanks for waiting, everyone.
They just tell us to say their names before they speak.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Abreu and the Sanitation Committee for giving us this chance to speak today. We are fourth graders from the Junior Student Council, and we represent students from PSMS 46 After Tappan in Harlem. We are here to talk about how we reduce food waste with real local solutions for our community. We figured out how to handle our school's food waste right in our own neighborhood. We started a waste audit with cafeteria culture to measure how much food we were throwing away every day in our cafeteria. And we found out that 80% of our cafeteria food waste was completely untouched. That means that kids were getting food that they didn't even want. They were not even taking a single bite and then just throwing it away. We know that food waste is a problem for the climate, but we learned wasted food is also wasted energy, water, and resources that go into making it. And instead of being made into compost food that gets put into trash, gets trucked miles away to landfills or incinerators. We learned that even food waste that goes into the brown bins use trucks a lot in its journey. And people who live near the landfills and incinerators have to breathe polluted air. For instance, where most of the Manhattan garbage goes to in Newark, New Jersey, 1 in 4 of the kids have asthma. We decided to reduce our food waste at the source in our cafeteria. We asked the kitchen staff to let students choose what we eat based on USDA rules, instead of getting a full tray of food we didn't even ask for. And it worked. After a few days of practicing, we reduced the number of untouched food items in our school by over 50%. That's a huge difference, but we knew we could do more. Domingo at Compost Power taught us a workshop and invited us to composting site and Nacha House next door to our school. So we brought 60 pounds of our cafeteria food scrap from all lunch periods to NYCHA to compost it locally. It is amazing to watch our food scraps turn into something useful instead of being trucked away to another neighborhood. We can't wait to see our food scraps become compost. We feel so lucky that Domingo's site is so close to us and that we get to be part of the solution. Now we can teach our families about composting, even though many of us don't have brown bins at home like we do at school. Local composting gives us a place to take our food scraps and a way to teach our families in our neighborhoods about composting. We want to keep leading the way to make these changes permanent in our own school. And we think other schools who are neighbors with a local compost site should get to compost their own cafeteria food waste too. We learned that the city council is funding local composting organizations. Thank you. Because of local composting, we can take climate action right in our own neighborhood. I hope more kids can do what we did so we can make our own soil, our own air, our own neighborhoods, and our own communities healthier with the local composting all over New York City. Thank you for listening. We did a very good job. I hope that you are very grateful. If you want to,
I just want to tell you guys that I just want to tell you guys how proud I am of you. You know, last year when the mayor cut composting, the council fought back to restore it to $6.6 million. And as part of that, we funded $500,000 to Cafeteria Culture so that you guys can learn about what composting means. And so you can make a difference in your own neighborhoods. And you guys are already making a difference. You should be very, very proud of yourselves, okay? Thank you very much. You are excused.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to say that we shouldn't be throwing out the produce. We should be putting it into compost.
That's right. Well, you guys can now tell everybody that you testified at the city council today and that you really uplifted our spirits and you're making a difference not only for your neighborhoods, but for the entire city. Thank you so much. You can now.
Thank you. We are very proud of ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you to bring your spirits.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we're inviting the next panel. Is there anyone else from PS 46 that hasn't testified? That's it, okay. All right, we're now moving to PS 188. We got, is it Camila? Camila Piron? Scarlett Zapata? Mama Doi Sai? And Deborah. Are you guys doing testimony individually or as a group again? As a group? Okay, 8 minutes. All right. You can start on this side first, or however you guys prefer.
Good morning. We want to thank Councilmember Abreu and the Sanitation Committee for this opportunity to speak. We are 7th graders from PSMS 188, and we've been learning with Cafeteria Culture about how waste affects our communities and what we could do to reduce it.
We learned that there is no way. The trash from our school doesn't just disappear. It gets trucked all the way to New York, New Jersey, where it's burned in an incinerator.
And that's not even the end of it. The ash from the incinerator gets trucked again to a landfill. That means our waste pollutes multiple communities throughout the journey before it gets to its final resting place.
We actually took a field trip to see the incinerator in Newark. The smell was awful, and the people who live there breathe in toxic air every single day because of our trash. People in Newark have been fighting for environmental justice for decades. We know that 1 in 4 kids in Newark has asthma because of pollution. The incinerator has over 800 air permit violations on record, but it's still running.
This is not fair. No one should have to suffer because we throw things away. New York City students reduce waste by starting the first plastic-free lunch day, where school lunch is served without any single-use plastic packaging. With plastic-free lunch day, our school reduced school lunch plastic waste at the source by over 95%.
We also found a way to reduce food waste at the source. With Cafeteria Culture's Mindful Choice meals, we reduced our untouched food waste by 64% in just 1 week. Of course, we all use the brown bins in the cafeteria at our school, and we know that does help.
But the brown bin food scraps get chucked multiple times before their final destinations. First, they get chucked to get turned into slurry. Then they get chucked to a digester. And after that, all of the leftover solids get chucked again to an incinerator or a landfill or other destinations. That's a lot of trucking, polluting our air, harming our health, and warming our planet.
Instead of trucking food waste all over the place, we could compost it locally, right in our neighborhoods, because our families who live in NYCHA buildings do not have access to the brown bins.
Less trucking means less pollution, less waste going to incinerators and landfills. Composting improves soil, so we get healthier plants, stronger roots, and better stormwater absorption to reduce flooding.
And the best part, local composting hurts no one. Local composting is a simple solution that benefits everyone, and we can start making it happen now. We know this because they're doing it at Wagner Houses. We visited Compost Power's composting site there, and we were so excited to see that it's possible to make your own healthy soil that helps grow your own healthy vegetables right on a NYCHA property.
Our school is right next to NYCHA property, Lillian Houses. We want to build a compost site there to compost our food scraps from the cafeteria. We learned about composting in the classroom, but when we visited the composting site at Wagner, we really understood that our food scraps have a value that benefits the whole community.
We learned that the City Council supports local composting. We hope you keep supporting it so more youth like us get to learn and be a part of the solution.
Thank you.
Wow. I am at a loss of words. Just want you to know, again, the City Council is very proud of you. And this partnership, certainly I'm committed to making sure that we continue to partner with Cafeteria Culture, with Domingo Morales, with folks of the Save Our Compost Coalition, so that you can keep making a difference in your neighborhoods. Again, you should be very proud of yourselves. Thank you. You are excused. All right, we have, if you could just be quiet on your way out, please. Thank you. We now have Kayla Burser and Kayla Curson. And we also have Ellington White and Gabriel Gerson. Are you guys speaking as a group again or individually?
No, separately.
Individually? Yeah. All right, you have 2 minutes. And press the button. Thank you. Oh, and please state your name before you speak. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Gilson. I support the Urban Assembly New York Harbor School. Oh, right. Sorry about that. My name is Gabriel Gilson. I am with the Urban Assembly New York Harbor School. Should I get started with my speech? Great. All right. Councilman Abreu, and members of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste. In the past, We recognize that this committee has done lots of work maintaining funding for community composting projects, and we are incredibly thankful for that. However, community composting projects are still at great risk. Many myths are spread about composting, and one such myth is that composting just isn't for urban dwellers such as ourselves. This is actually false, and the fact is that community composting is for urban communities because people in communities rely on each other, and so community composting creates a sustainable loop in which people in communities can trade their organic matter for compost, which goes back into the community as fertilizer for places like community gardens and urban farms. In my own experience, my apartment building community in Hell's Kitchen has little access to community composting. And the only options we really have are the municipal composting orange bins, which are fairly difficult to use, or 2 community composting sites at Hudson River Park and Matthews Palmer Playground on 46th Street. And therefore, a lot of food is wasted that could be put back into the community. So if we had more community composting sites in our community, a lot more waste would be put back into the environment as compost, improving the health and quality of soil, allowing for more food to be grown in our community. Some ways that we can fix this issue are to encourage people within communities to give their compostable materials to whatever community composting sites may be in their area, as well as raising funding for community composting organizations so they can actually get composting operations underway. Now, I can speak from experience, because at Harbor School we work a lot on composting, especially within the Marine Affairs program. We take food scraps from our mess hall and tumble them in composting bins, and we work closely with...
You have another 20 seconds or so?
Yeah, another 20 seconds should be
go
fine. We work closely with Earth Matter, a community composting organization in our area. This makes our school more sustainable because our food scraps go back into the community as compost for gardens and urban farms in our area. So I'd like to reiterate that we are thankful for the work that has been done to keep community composting afloat, but it is crucial for the environment in New York that we continue to fund community composting projects.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you.
And state your name, please.
Okay, I'm Ellington White, and I'm with the New York Harbor School. City Council members, thank you for funding the New York City community composting. This money is extremely important and should be included again in the next budget. However, are you aware that most people don't associate composting with the city? Many individuals wrongly judge composting, believing that it cannot be successful in an urban environment. Since people are unaware of composting in urban areas, they aren't participating in the compost around them. This means that a large portion of food waste is getting thrown in the trash and ending up in landfills instead of correctly getting composted. Contrary to popular belief, there are many opportunities to compost in New York City. You can drop food waste off at a farmer's market or even get it picked up through the BK Rot program. Unfortunately, people have not been utilizing the accessibility of composting. It's not out of laziness or carelessness, it's mainly because they don't know. In order to fix the stereotyping of only suburban composting, you have to work on advertising where and how to compost. A simple public announcement or a few posters could do so much to encourage people to compost. So many community composting organizations around the city are working very hard to provide accessibility to composting, and they deserve recognition. The community compost drop-off sites and organizations should be highlighted. Once New Yorkers become aware of how convenient it is to compost, less food waste will be sent to landfills, making the environment better. I've lived in Park Slope, Brooklyn my whole life. Not once in those 15 years was I made aware that there is a drop-off composting site around my neighborhood. The 615 Green Community Garden is a public composting drop-off site. I've gone to the garden before since it's located by the middle school I went to. Even after visiting the site myself, I didn't know it was a compost drop-off site. I'm sure this applies to many others in my community as well. These sites must be made well known to inform people that they have the option to compost. I feel guilty for having had this option to compost and not using it at all. Another common misconception is that the waste from the municipal composting bins is actually being turned into compost. This is not true, considering that it gets brought to facilities where it gets converted to energy, not compost. Although the renewable energy is still eco-friendly, it is not composting and shouldn't be labeled as. Community composting is what is actually turning the waste to compost and should be known for that instead of municipal composting, which is an entirely different thing. Many people think they're composting by adding their food waste to the brown bins around their neighborhood. It is important that they become educated so that they can decide to use community composting, which is what they think they're using in the first place. And then thank you again, I guess.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla Kalani Curtin, and I am a senior at New York Harbor School, and this is my testimony. So, dear Sean Abreu, look around you. Did you hear about the rise of climate change? How does this impact you, me, and the environment? Do you ever wonder what actions you could take to help prevent climate change? 2 years ago, Mayor Adams proposed to cut funds from community compost organizations, which includes nonprofit organizations such as Earth Matter. I would like to give thanks to those who helped these organizations resume funding. Your efforts help support community composters and help more people get access to community composting. Throughout school, we are taught the importance of composting, breaking down organic waste that goes back to our environment. This promotes health of the soil as well as reduces waste. The city practices different types of composting, such as municipal organic waste management and community composting. Meanwhile, municipal organic waste management includes anaerobic digestion in Newtown Creek. It breaks down organic waste in order to produce methane, a type of greenhouse gas that traps heat and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. This contributes to climate change. Community composting differs from this as it practices breaking down materials that safely goes back into communities and the earth. Nevertheless, it provides sustainable ways to give back to our environment. As the city works to bring back funding for community compost organizations, this benefits the education of sustainable composting in different communities. The city needs to continue funding these organizations as they practice breaking down, community composters practice breaking down organic waste that goes back to the environment. As the city continues to support these organizations, we need to do more to ensure that more people are being educated about the importance of community composting. Providing communities with more brown bins can encourage people to engage in proper waste sorting. Although we could help promote the city to compost, many people are fed misinformation that could impact their choices. It's too long. By continuing to fund...
You got 15 more seconds, okay?
Okay, the people of New York deserve a sustainable environment. Our plants and animals deserve to thrive in a healthy environment. As climate change rises, it is our turn to do our part. Let's come together as a city to support community composting and increase compost management. This will ensure that more options are open. Thank you for bringing back funding to these organizations, and I hope you consider my stance to ensure that the funding is continued. With your support, you and community composting will continue to impact the city positively.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, I'm Layla Burser. I'm a senior in the Marine Affairs program at New York Harbor School. So I first learned about composting from Earth Matter, the community composting site. Ever since then, my family and I have been collecting our food scraps and putting them into the new brown bin that my building is required to have. My family, especially my mom, have gotten very, very into composting and love that it is cutting down on the amount of food waste in landfills. However, my mom was devastated when I told her that her prized compost bin was not actually becoming compost. The only reason my mom even considered separating her food waste is community composting. At the New York Harbor School, I work closely with Earth Matter. I learned what composting is, how it is done, and the numerous factors involved, and I shared this knowledge with my family. With Earth Matter, I have aided in the many steps of composting. I have sorted waste from any non-compostable contaminants, turned the piles to provide oxygen, and worked to apply the product to an urban farm. I have done these same steps on a much smaller scale at our school urban farm, which mimics a community composting program. I have learned the countless benefits of composting and separating food waste from other waste. Separating food scraps reduces the volume of waste in landfills and the amount of garbage that needs to be transported out of the city into these landfills. Although it is often assumed that organic waste in landfills decomposes and composts independently, this is untrue. When organic matter decomposes without proper aeration, it becomes methane, a harmful greenhouse gas. This process is called anaerobic digestion, which breaks down organic matter without oxygen. Anaerobic digestion is being harnessed in Newtown Creek digestive eggs, which process much of the waste collected in the city's brown bins, orange bins, smart bins, and DOE schools. The consequential methane is then used as biofuel. While this process reduces the effect of the city's food waste, it lacks many of the benefits of composting. Through my experience composting at school, I have learned that although it can be labor-intensive and space-consuming, composting is an irreplaceable tool that does so much more than just reducing waste. Community composting is helping people understand these benefits through educational opportunities. Continuing to fund community composting will help more people understand where their waste is going rather than incorrectly assuming it is being composted. The food collection in the city, such as brown bins and smart bins, are called curbside composting and are labeled as composting, although they are not. Community composting programs would help to provide much-needed education on organic waste. Additionally, these organizations provide the city with the countless benefits of composting, such as decreasing runoff, increasing water retention, increasing soil health, reducing soil erosion, boosting biodiversity, and creating a closed-loop system within farms.
Thank you
for your
so
support.
much. You guys, trust me, the first time I testified, it's hard to get it all in within 2 minutes, so I understand the challenge there. But you guys did a great job. Thank you so much. Have a good one. The first, I have to say that the first processing site that I visited was Earth Matters, so it definitely had an impact on me and the way I view the composting ecosystem. Next up to testify, I have Stevie Masonette, Emily Farrell, Janelle Scott, Eric Goldstein. And if I butchered your name, I'm so sorry. I'm going to try to keep you guys to the 2 minutes because we have like 50 people that want to testify. So thank you guys.
And solid waste management. Thank you. My name is Stevie Masonette, and I am a senior in the Marine Affairs program at New York Harbor School. As you may recall, I was here the previous year to testify against the community compost funding cuts. Hearing that funding has been restored is incredible news and is something I and everyone else testifying today are extremely grateful for. However, it is important to ensure that this community compost funding continues to combat waste in New York City. Having a combination of municipal waste management and community composting will effectively manage solid waste throughout our city. For example, municipal waste management is not accessible to all areas of the 5 boroughs. In the Lower East Side of Manhattan specifically, there are barely any composting facilities or drop-off sites available. Additionally, within NYCHA apartment complexes, brown bins and smart bins are not available. There are usually heaps of garbage lying about, unmanaged, unsorted, and vastly unsustainable. The USDA's initiative to create a greener space for NYCHA housing is under effect, but certainly not enough. And with Trump's cuts, especially with climate change in the environment, this may be next. So the question is, really, how would we as a city combat that? Well, I'm sure community composting and municipal waste management could be a healthy start. Smart bins and brown bins can help reduce waste and can tackle waste management on a city level, but there needs to be a balance of education, outreach, and stewardship. This is where community composting can come in. Smaller scale community-based sites that can easily be placed in various areas that are accessible to all. Specifically, this could be extremely beneficial to NYCHA residents like myself, who do not have access to the educational resources on how to effectively compost and sort our waste. This is something that many places throughout the city, such as the Upper West Side and Fort Greene, have plenty of access to. It's what we on the Lower East Side and beyond deserve. Thank you for all that you've done, but this is just the beginning. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony. I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
My name is Emily Farrell, and I'm from the New York Harbor School. Dear committee, first and foremost, Gail Brewer is my council member, and I thank her and the rest of the committee greatly for all they have done so far. Though their efforts have impacted my community positively, there is still so much more that could be done. Many people have altered or untrue perceptions of composting that lead to the influence of whether they decide to compost or not. The true facts of composting should be spread whether it's in school or through a news article to make sure people aren't influenced by these rumors. Contrary to many people's knowledge, community and municipal composting are very different. Community composting is the only type that actually gets turned into compost. These organizations like Earth Matter and BK Rot take this waste and mix it with other organic matter to create compost. Municipal composting isn't composting at all. Composting is important as it reduces the reliance on synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, improves soil health, and reduces landfill waste and carbon emission. Composting also reduces the pest breaking into trash cans searching for food. Not only this, but composting builds community. When people come together to compost, they build friendships through teamwork and activity. The municipality takes this waste and brings it to Newtown Creek to go into an egg and mix with wastewater. Both are important, but it's important for these perceptions of each to not overlap. All my life, my mom has brought our compost to the farmer's market by our house every Sunday. My dad would always get annoyed with the compost because he didn't understand what the benefit of this was. If he had known the facts from the start, he would have been way more supportive of this. Community composting organizations should have access to resources that will spread this information not only to people looking for it, but also people who aren't. The LES Ecology Center is currently the longest-running compost organization in NYC. Their website is highly educational for anyone looking to learn about composting or where to drop off their food waste. The only issue is the average person wouldn't know how to look for this website. Resources are useless if people don't know they exist. LES Ecology Center and other similar websites should be normalized for people outside the loop of composting knowledge. There are countless composting events and drop-off areas planned, but these events need to be promoted on more than just a website in order for a large number of people to know they exist. Through my school, the New York Harbor School, I've been given the opportunity to spend lots of time at a composting organization called Earth Matter in order to fully understand the composting process and how important it is. Before Harbor School, I'd never even heard of Earth Matter, much less know what it's about. Through community composting is up and running, there are lots of things that can happen to keep this increase going. Community composting bins should be distributed through the city more frequently so it is more normalized for people to throw away food waste in these bins. This should be an option in restaurants as well, as restaurants have a lot of food waste. If these steps are taken, community composting will no longer seem like an out-of-the-ordinary thing to do, but instead be normalized and implemented well.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair. Eric Goldstein from the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'll summarize my written testimony. We appreciate the hard work of the men and women that the Sanitation Department does every day to enhance our quality of life and protect public health in New York City. Two issue areas. The first is organics collection. As the Council knows, it's a big problem. Composting is the answer. We've still got a long way to go despite the Council's excellent work in this area. NRDC recommends that the Council continue to fund the almost 24 nonprofit organizations that are implementing community composting in all 5 boroughs. To accommodate additional groups who deserve to be included in this program and to have the existing groups expand their operations, we recommend the Council provide $10.5 million in funding for community composting in FY96. In addition, we urge the Council to ensure that DSNY has sufficient funds identified in its budget for the department's own public education efforts, which so far have been anemic. They need to include additional mailings, a second opportunity for homeowners to request organic bins, and to publicize the program in a way so that New Yorkers know exactly what the program is and how to participate. And third, we recommend that DSNY commit sufficient funds to repair the failing roof of the composting facility on Rikers Island. As curbside composting grows, the Rikers facility is ideally suited to provide organics processing capacity to sustainably dispose of our food scraps and yard waste. Final topic for NRDC's budget priorities before this committee. We urge the Council to provide sufficient funds for the successful implementation of the commercial waste zoning reform consistent with the Council's landmark legislation. We urge the Council to secure assurances from DSNY that it has sufficient funds to fully implement, monitor, and enforce the commercial waste zone program in every zone across the city by the end of FY26. We're not saying do it all at one time. We're saying phase it in over the year, and that's 6 years after the passage of the law, and a little focus on VMT reduction, public safety, environmental benefits of the program would also be useful. We, of course, want this program to be effective in serving the customers, but there were other objectives that led the Council to pass this bill, and we want to see those achieved. Finally, we urge the Council to ensure that no funds be expended in FY96 beyond what's already committed to Hunts Point and Newtown Creek for any other advancing of co-digestion of organic waste in the city's wastewater treatment plants. That's not the way to deal with collected organics. The way to deal with collected organics is actual composting by community groups and by the city establishing local and mid-scale composting facilities throughout the city. We thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And go Yankees.
Thank you to Chair Abreu for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jenny Scott, and I am the Climate Director at Align and a member of the Transform Don't Trash Coalition. This coalition is dedicated to transforming New York City's commercial trash industry by reducing waste pollution, fostering clean and healthy communities for all New Yorkers, and creating better working conditions for our state's workers. Central to our work is the Commercial Waste Zone Law, Local Law 199 of 2019, and even though we were pleased to see that the first zone was launched in January of this year and are eager to see the results that DSNY has collected, this excitement does not negate the fact that this law has been significantly delayed in its implementation. This law was never intended to be a pilot program because it was developed bearing in mind the daily impacts that communities and workers face, and this varies from various forms of pollution tied to traffic, truck traffic, as well as unsafe working conditions and numerous safety hazards that plague both pedestrians and workers. The inclusion of the commercial waste zone as a revenue raiser does encourage us and kind of lets us know that DSNY is thinking of the commercial waste zone law at top of mind, but it doesn't provide a clear launch plan or any indication of when the remaining 19 zones will be launched. In addition to this, the implementation of waste zones also means having sufficient capacity to support waste collection, and to this end, we remain supportive of Councilmember Nurse's Intro 55 bill, and that essentially requires DSNY to accept solid waste at city-owned and operated marine transfer stations, as well as rail transfer stations. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today to raise our coalition's concerns, and we appreciate the ongoing partnership with the committee as well, noting that there is a Local Law 199 hearing that's happening next month, so thank you so much. And we look forward to working together to ensure the highest possible environmental, safety, and consumer protection standards across this new system. Right on the tube.
Right on time. All right, this panel is hereby excused. Thank you so much. Next up, we have Justin Wood, Andrea Liesk, Lou Reyes, and Claire Mifflin. And I'd like to recognize Councilmember Vernikov.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chair Abreu and members of the committee staff and council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Justin Wood. I'm the Director of Policy at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. And like my last two colleagues, we're also founding members of the Transform Don't Trash New York City campaign. We'll submit detailed written testimony via email. Just wanted to respond to some of what we heard drawn out through the questions. Thank you for the thoughtful questions for DSNY today. I think, you know, the students on the first few panels made the case compellingly. We don't need to put all the science in front of this committee. Climate change is a worst case scenario. It's happening to New Yorkers. It's happening to people across the world as we speak. And we have a federal government that seems determined to withdraw every possible federal dollar from solutions. It's also 12% of New York State's greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a serious chunk of what we as a huge state economy and city economy put into the air in terms of climate change. The good news is this solid waste management is a sector that remains firmly in local and municipal control, and the solutions have already been invented. Again, we've heard about composting, we've heard about efficiency, we've heard about recycling and waste reduction at the source. I think what we are worried about in this budget is that DSNY is not as aggressively as necessary even requesting the funds to implement the good works of this committee and this council going back years and even decades. So Local Law 199, you know, it sounds like we're off to a good start with 1/20th of the law being implemented and some good results, at least from a customer perspective. We don't see a reason to wait with the urgency of climate change and worker justice and inequities in how that waste is being handled. Similarly, the solid waste management plan is expiring. This is a 20-year plan that DSNY needs to renew. So we would like to see the department aggressively going after the funds with the council necessary to start accepting waste at marine transfer stations that we've already invested in. We've also got entire pieces of infrastructure like the Gansevoort marine transfer station that have just been quietly abandoned by the department, and it doesn't even put in funding requests for this anymore. So these are things we hope to revisit in the Local Law 199 oversight hearing with you and throughout this budget cycle working together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin. Next.
Hi, my name is Andrea Liska. I'm a longtime community composter. I started composting in my community garden in Harlem on St. Nicholas Avenue and 117th Street. That experience set me on a path to work in composting and compost education, and currently I'm working with Earth Matter, but today I'm here as myself, representing myself only. I'm here to ask, as everybody, I guess, to continue the fight for funding community composting. The need to educate New Yorkers and the importance of the compost process and how to participate is tremendous, as we have even heard from our council member. I live in a 56-unit building. That's another example. Our building produces barely 1 bin of compost, which is equivalent to about 3 households. That means besides my family, there may be 2 other families that are composting. So the city really needs to put compost education up front and center, and from my knowledge as a professional, one of the most effective ways to teach people all aspects of composting is experiencing it. Coming to a compost site, seeing the operation, getting their hands in compost activities, and basically witnessing the transformation of what most people consider garbage into beautiful black gold is just irreplaceable. It is not enough to just make compost bins available, as we just heard from the commissioner. In order for people to participate, continuous education is non-negotiable. New York City has dismissal, recycling and composting rates, and implementing fines. Obviously, just looking at recycling rates will not be working. If you look at cities that have successful recycling and compost rates, they have focused extensively on community engagement. So I want to thank you again for all the work that you have done so far, and please continue funding and expanding community composting.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lou Reyes. I'm the compost project manager at Queens Botanical Garden. And we're actually one of the first sites that started composting in New York City 31 years ago. And we're very appreciative of the $450,000 that you allocated so that we can continue operating, which is unfortunately the only processing site in Queens right now after Big Reuse lost its site, which was something very unfortunate. We were able to have three staff lines as well as several internships thanks to this funding. We're participating in the Master Composter, which has had participation numbers similar to those of when it was funded by the DSNY. Give me a second, sorry. This year, even though we started late because of the funding, of the stream of funding, we actually have managed to service all 15 districts, which is not an easy task given the size of Queens, but we've serviced them by either distributing material, doing workshops, and obviously by servicing various drop-off sites in Queens. Most of the drop-off sites in Queens are serviced by us. So we've included in our request a 22% increase. It would jump to $550,000, and that would allow us to increase our Master Composter workshops, and we would also have the ability to do more organic intake. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Claire?
Thank you. I'm Claire Mifflin from the Center for Zero Waste Design. I'm going to talk first about containerization, which I fully support, but I just think the way it's moving forward is very problematic and it needs to be slowed down and some things reconsidered. It's bad for zero waste goals. Why require just containers for trash, even though it's food waste that brings rats? Why invest in trash-only infrastructure, which will reduce the already low diversion rate? We know this from older buildings that just have a trash chute on every floor and recycling and food scraps in the basement. They have bad diversion rates. So why go citywide with trash-only infrastructure? It's bad for labor. Building staff and sanitation workers are still needing to lug these 50-pound bags around, something not allowed in European countries. And it's bad for public space. Sidewalks are overflowing with bins. They block storefronts. You know, they may have 10 bins if there's walk-ups above in front of the storefront for the walk-ups above and the retail. That's not the solution for our retail corridors. And the enclosures full of bags that they're asking bids to use make sidewalks dirty because you have to drag bags into them, and they were deemed impractical in DSNY's own Future of Trash report. Intro 1123 is mandating citywide rollout of Empire bins before they've even been piloted or evaluated before environmental review. Why not pilot multiple options, compare them, and then move forward? CB9 doesn't include any buildings over 80 units, whereas a quarter of units in Manhattan are in buildings with 300 or more units. They'd require 8 to 20 Empire bins per building. There's better options that take up less curbside space temporarily and require no lifting of bags. The staff could just wheel out wheeled bins, no maintenance of on-street containers. Pilot these solutions. Hoboken are going to. 60% of their large buildings wanted to pilot them. And lastly, community composting. I want to thank you so much for your support of that. I know you know how important it is. City Council have been amazing. I'd like it to be further tied into stormwater goals so it can be applied to parks and green spaces citywide to restore the health of soil citywide, reducing flooding and increasing health of trees and communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. This panel is hereby excused. We now have Kenny Burgos, Christine Datz Romero, Justin Green, and Marissa Dominici. Sorry, I pronounced it Dominicis. Sorry. Huh? De Dominicis. Twice in a week, Christine.
Yes, thank you, and nice to see everybody here at the council. My name is Christina Datz Romero. I'm with the Lower East Side Ecology Center, and I just really want to thank the council for making this funding available last year. We very proudly put the New York City Community Composting Network, a citywide effort together. It was quite an undertaking after really being unfunded for half a year to bring everybody back up to speed. And I really sincerely hope that we will continue to receive funding this fiscal year too, because we're just starting with our services, including supporting curbside education, and sometimes I think there is a perception that community composting is not needed anymore because we have curbside collection now, and that's really not true, because as you heard from many people, we are really on the ground educating people about composting to really enlighten and encourage them to participate at a level that is fit for different people. So we did a lot of food scrap drop-offs, and local processing is part of what community composting does to really feed community gardens and to also make green infrastructure more effective. This year, the Lower East Side Ecology Center has a special ask to not only continue our programming support, but also to really getting the build out of the Canarsie compost site over the finishing line. This site was planned 3 years ago. There was a lot of investment in this site already made, and we would really like to see that happening. It will bring resources to Brooklyn, to an oftentimes overlooked neighborhood, and it will really allow campus education to go to Canarsie, East Broadway, East New York, and other neighborhoods. Thank you.
Justin?
Hey, thank you. I'm Justin Green. I'm the Executive Director of Big Reefs. We're also here to express a lot of gratitude towards the council member and the City Council for continuing funding when the mayor cut funding for community composting groups across the city. Your funding allows 14 groups doing amazing projects all over the city, from urban farms to mid-scale composting sites to master composter classes to classes with kids. Amazing kids speaking today about how that compost education has affected them and inspired them. And I think that community composting work is such a small fraction of what the city spends on sanitation, but it's really essential. It's what built the support for curbside. It's what continues to educate New York City residents about composting and the value of composting. There's a lot of behavior change that has to happen. It's going to take a long time to make that change, and our groups have shown how important it is and how successful and impactful we are at getting people on board. And so I think it's really a key for the success of curbside, but it's also provides the real sustainable alternative to the path the city's taken. And it's sort of the ideal ecological standpoint. A lot of the students from Harvard School really got into the details and science, and they're right on. And I think so what we're doing is local, it builds community, it's more sustainable, it's more ecological, and it creates green networks and green attitudes in the city that have a much bigger impact beyond the actual projects we're working on. So thank you again for restoring the funding. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Justin. Kenny?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the members of the committee today. My name is Kenny Burgos. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the New York Apartment Association, also known as NIA, representing thousands of housing providers throughout the city of New York. Today I want to focus specifically on the impact of the Organic Materials Composting Program, whose penalty provisions go into effect next week. When buildings do not separate compostable waste from other trash, they will face fines for as much as $300 per violation. NIA does support the initiative to reduce waste and increase recycling and composting efforts, but we urge you to reconsider the impact of assessing penalties now, especially in light of the difficulties property managers continue to face in gaining tenants' cooperation with existing recycling mandates and city goals. Overall, curbside and containerized recycled tonnage collected still falls far short of city targets, and curbside and containerized recycling diversion rates are flat to down from earlier fiscal years. Residential curbside organic capture rates are low, and since the program expanded, rates are even lower. Despite the broader reach under the law, total tonnages collected and capture rates have declined. The law places ultimate responsibility on the housing providers for tenant activity. The law requires tenants to separate food scraps, yard waste, and compostable paper materials from other waste. However, tenants in multifamily buildings may lack space to do so or motivation due to a sense of anonymity and the knowledge to properly comply with these rules. In buildings with hundreds of units, this becomes a logistical nightmare. Responsibility and penalties fall on the housing provider, and to date, the city has engaged in a less than robust education campaign during its implementation phase. Initiating fines now will cause undue burdens on building operations and finances. No building wants to pay penalties or fines, but multifamily buildings face significant challenges in implementing trash separation mandates. Buildings devote innumerable staff hours to meeting the sorting requirements for paper, plastic, and cardboard already. This new requirement means building service workers now will have to open trash hold bags and rifle through tenants' refuse to scoop out coffee grinds, vegetable peels, and other food waste. Obviously not a pleasant task, and I will just, to the end of my testimony, will say, we hope to meet these goals. We would just ask for a delay in this enforcement and push for more tenant education and our own education as well.
Yeah, I'd also like to mention that the admin testified that they'll begin looking through the trash next week, but fines won't be implemented till early next year. But just want to give you that for background. Thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it.
Next up.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Abreu, and I wanted to start by just thanking the City Council for not only keeping our community composting initiatives alive and not having that dismantled, but to provide the opportunity for all of these youth to be able to have a voice, which I believe will be fundamental in their moving forward and impact not only their lives, but many of the people in this room, in the city, and wherever they may roam. So thank you again for giving this opportunity, this democratic opportunity for them to be able to really harness their thoughts and their feelings so that as they go on into the world, they can also help educate building owners, their own families, their classmates, and other people that they will encounter as they grow into adulthood. I just wanted to, again, thank the City Council for allowing us not only to be able to keep our infrastructure, but to be able to grow our network of community partners. And this year has been phenomenal with feeling that just like the soil underneath the ground is communicating with each other, all the microorganisms, we have now been able to leverage through that funding the ability to grow our networks and to be able to support each other. So I just wanted to say the work that you have done is not lost, not only on Earth Matter and our ability to do the processing work, but how we're able to continue to feel supported, to be able to reach out and continue the work that will support all of the buildings in New York City. So again, I wanted to thank everyone who supports community council, the community composting, and our goal is to be able to reach everyone in the city.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Right on time. This panel is hereby excused. Next panel, Domingo Morales, Rhonda Kaiser, Matthew Cuello, and is that Rosary Clark? Or Clark, last name Clark? Matthew Cervello. My apologies, Matt. I know you, Matt. Domingo.
How you doing?
Nice to see you, man. I'd love to see the partnership with you in cafeteria, but I like
I want to thank you for having me at this hearing. And I want to thank City Council because we didn't know what was going to happen to a lot of the community compost programming last year. And when the mayor made the announcement to cut city composting, we were stressed. And City Council kind of said, no, community is composting. Composting is community. And you all took a stand. And because of that, we have a group of amazing organizations doing work that spans beyond decades in New York City. And I think it's just amazing that y'all took that stance, and we want you to know that we appreciate it and we take it very seriously. And because of that, you've seen partnerships and cross-pollination between these organizations such as Compost Power, Cafeteria Culture, Big Reuse, Queens Botanical Garden. I feel like we're all working together to try and create a big picture composting system in New York City where we have Department of Sanitation working alongside those medium-scale composters who are working alongside the small-scale composters. And I think what you did last year was you gave us a chance to create a very meaningful mycelial network in New York City where we can start to cycle nutrients and resources and figure out how we can keep this community going. So I want to thank you for that. And I think someone asked the question earlier of why composting is important, and I think that was a big one for me. I think composting is in the center of all things sustainable. Not only that, we hate rats in New York City, and composters don't like rats either. So Compost Power worked. Thanks to the City Council, we've created the rodent reduction rubric that we can actually use as a building manual for anyone trying to start a new composting site or trying to get rid of rodents in their composting site in New York City. And I think with this funding, with this continued support of these community organizations, we can continue to show why we compost in New York City and show that it is feasible and it can be efficient and it can create funding in the future.
Thank you. I certainly love the work that you're doing.
Yeah. Thanks. It's hard to follow Domingo, but I'm going to try. Thank you so much, Councilmember Abreu and the members of the Sanitation Committee. Thank you for this opportunity for all of us to speak today. I'm Rhonda Kaiser. I'm Program and Policy Director for the environmental education organization Cafeteria Culture. You heard from our students today. They become climate leaders by taking action in their own cafeterias and their own city halls. And this year, thanks to City Council funding, we were able to expand our programs beyond the plastic reduction in the cafeteria to composting cafeteria food waste at nearby sites run by Compost Power, with our students leading the way. In the classroom, we teach about the concept of composting, but on site, when our students discover worms, chop their own food scraps, add in their browns, and turn the tumblers themselves, suddenly composting isn't an abstract idea. It's real, it's local, and it's something they have access to, and they can do right now, right here in their community. Local composting programs don't just process food scraps, as you've heard today from a lot of people. They build climate literacy, they grow community ownership, and they spark lifelong habits. We envision every community composting site, all of whom are here today, that they can partner with nearby schools to build on this model that we're piloting this year. To not just learn about composting, but actually compost their own food scraps. We're committed to advancing our cafeteria food waste reduction program and expanding the local food scraps processing across multiple school settings. Our goal is to identify the most effective infrastructure and systemic solutions for scaling up local composting in schools. By placing students at the center, we're not only diverting waste, but building a replicable model for our long-term community-driven action. So we thank the City Council for funding this year. We urge you to expand it for local composting and compost education, not only for building this important infrastructure, but also for the education that makes the work lasting and inclusive.
Thank you. Next.
Okay. I'm Maggie Clark, PhD, and thank you for having this hearing. I'm a longtime member since 1988 of the Manhattan Swab Committee Chair, past chair. The council approved waste characterization studies to tell us how much and where the recyclables and organics are generated in the city so that you can site and size infrastructure properly, which is great. We support it. But the city is not Their studies have never been designed to develop a municipal waste prevention and reuse program. And they're falling down miserably in that area. We need to have that kind of program with curbside collection of reusables and repair infrastructure. We've got all of this outlined in writing, which we can send you. EPA's solid waste hierarchy has prevention and reuse as the highest priority above recycling and composting. According to World Resources Institute, reducing generation of goods and food is 70 times as beneficial for the environment and the climate compared to reducing export to landfills and incinerators with recycling. So to comply with the city's new zero waste laws, and the state's climate law, we must understand reuse and prevention potential here in the city. Therefore, we urge the council to develop and fund reuse and prevention characterization studies of the types, distribution, quantity, condition, and repaired value of reusable and repairable consumer goods like clothing, furniture, appliances, electronics, books and toys, as well as types of unrecyclable packaging like fused paper, plastic, and or metal packaging that would be candidates for a legislative ban. Calculating the potential value per ton of reusable items and prevention would make clear how much we could save versus export costs and losing that embedded value to incinerators and landfills.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Matthew Savello, Chair of the Manhattan Solid Waste Advisory Board, and I am delivering this testimony on behalf of all 4 Solid Waste Advisory Boards. Chair Abreu and members of this committee, thank you for holding today's hearing. This budget hearing comes at a propitious moment as we transition from the city's 2006 to the 2027 Solid Waste Management Plan. We would stress how important it is that public input into this plan be taken seriously and that this plan is properly funded. After 3 decades of diversion efforts, the takeaway is clear. It is not just how much we spend, but how we decide to spend it. Today, 80% of the roughly 2.8 million tons of residential waste is exported to landfill and incineration annually, at a projected 2026 cost of $500 million. Organics make up about 40% of exported waste after the 4% that we've captured for diversion. Local Law 85 mandates source separation, but we must fund New York City's community composting network and give Intro 696 serious consideration to realize compost's full environmental, social, and fiscal benefits, because food scraps separated and collected are not compost until they're composted. Textiles are 5% of exported waste, and Intro 256 would have studied the recycling mandate to expand local textile reuse and recycling infrastructure. If we solve for organics and textiles, we are 50% closer to zero waste to landfill and incineration. Recently enacted Intro 697 that requires the DSNY to continue waste characterization studies over the next 5 years should include pilot data on reuse and prevention, testing and monitoring drinking water for the presence of microplastics. An idea proposed in Intro 797 of 2022 requires a revisit. The data would help manage one of the most troublesome parts of our waste stream. All of this hinges on funding, outreach, education, ensuring residents fully participate in recycling and composting so we can reduce our reliance on waste export as called for in the city's 2006 Solid Waste Management Plan. You'll hear more testimony today from other SWAB members, I suspect online, providing more detail on some of these ideas. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony to you today.
Thank you, Matt. This panel is excused. Thank you. Next up, by a show of hands, how many of y'all feeling a little hot? Or you guys are fine? Okay. All right. Jim Martin from ACE, Sean Campbell, Lacey Tauber, and Julia Werner. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Abreu and members of the committee. My name is Jim Martin, and I'm the Executive Director of ACE New York. I'm here to express ACE's strong opposition to the proposed DSNY rule prohibiting sanitation providers like ACE from placing collected garbage bags next to DSNY public waste receptacles. ACE partners with the City Council each year to provide sanitation services in over 40 council districts. We remove in excess of 1 million garbage bags a year from city streets. This rule will require ACE to purchase anywhere from 200 to 230 containers. If you include the mandated costs of purchasing, shipping, installing, insuring, and maintaining these containers, the cost to adhere to the new rule nears $4 to $5 million. DSNY has suggested that the cost of purchasing these containers should be either ACE's or the responsibility of the City Council via the New York City Cleanup Fund. ACE is simply unable to afford these expenses, the burden of which would result in ACE closing its doors after nearly 33 years of service to New York City. Should the cost of these containers be passed on to our council partners, it would leave almost nothing to fund our work, resulting in the discontinuation of ACE sanitation services in most council districts, meaning the 165 ACE employees who are outside today who provide these services would lose their job. For example, our estimate that we will need roughly 4 containers in your district, Chair Abreu, would cost about $80,000, which is half of what you generously fund us last fiscal year. That means our actual sanitation services in your district will be cut in half, and about 2 full-time employees will be laid off. The men and women who serve us have overcome homelessness, incarceration, and addiction, and this job has been a lifeline for them as they begin their journey towards economic independence. Though unintended, this is a real and incredibly cruel consequence of DSNY's containerization policy. It is clear to me today that DSNY is shifting its responsibility to adherence of containerization mandate onto nonprofits like ACE without providing necessary resources to cover those related costs. We still have no idea what this will cost us. Met with DSNY on calls and in person. No one has an answer for me at how I'm supposed to pay for this. The clock is ticking on my employees on ACE. We need help. Thank you.
Do you know what you anticipate the cost would be because look, we're in the budget process right now.
Of course.
And I'm making a push to get the city to pay for bins. I'd like to know what would be the cost that would be helpful for us to push for.
So, and I appreciate the question and the feedback. So the issue is understanding the entirety of the problem and the lack of information coming to me. We had an initial count from the Department of Sanitation that we would require 230 containers throughout 5 boroughs. There's a lot of unknowns in this count. DSNY suggests you don't need that many containers. That means our employees need to carry bags farther distances, right? So that's less sweeping, more walking. 2, once I purchase these containers, Councilman Chair, I have to insure them. I'm placing an object I'm purchasing on a city street that needs to be insured against damage, theft, destruction. Okay, those costs are unknown. I have 3 brokers currently searching and trying to get quotes for what that insurance will cost. I still don't have an answer. They also need to be maintained weekly. They need to be painted, cleaned. You're talking about maintaining, painting, and cleaning over 200 containers across all 5 boroughs. I don't know what that's gonna cost. I know those containers start at $15,000 a piece. I know they need to be put on plywood where they put on city streets, and they'd be put on plywood. They need to be shipped and installed. Those prices are still unknown to me. Mm-hmm. We run a very tight ship. We're a very small nonprofit. You've been very generous with us. We just are terrified. And my employees who have had nothing in their lives have fought so hard and come so far and have done so much for this city. I ask that you please consider funding the mandate, because otherwise, after 33 years of doing what we do, it may be gone.
I hear that, and we certainly need you. We need you to succeed, and we need you to operate with the resources you need. And so I'm going to continue. This is now I see this as an obligation for the mayor's office to be picking up the tab, and so I'm going to keep pushing. Next up.
Thank you.
Yes, that. And good afternoon, Chair Abreu, members of the committee. I'm Sean Campbell. I'm the district manager of Brooklyn Community Board 14, that's Central Brooklyn, Flatbush, Midwood. My board recently submitted its letter of comment in response to agency responses to our budget priorities. DSNY responded to our priority requests that they couldn't be accommodated and asked us to remove those requests. Bizarre. The first priority is one that we have been asking for since the days of the COVID epidemic, and that is for the restoration of manual litter patrol, MLP, in the baseline budget. Rather than reading testimony that I've submitted to you in writing, I'm going to tell you a little bit about my district. My 2.9 square miles of Central Brooklyn has 54 dead ends, 20 road bridges, 12 trestles, which are the sidewalks underneath the elevated Brighton line. We have 5 council members, one of whom, Rita Joseph, gives DSNY an allocation for cleaning. The other 4 do not, and that's okay, because this is supposed to be supplemental funding, not supplanting baseline services from DSNY. Yet the council is very generous when it comes to DSNY. You all gave them about $87 million in the last fiscal year budget. This is on top of their $1.8 billion budget. So I'm concerned about how resources are being managed if the agency needs another $87 million in supplemental funds and still cannot provide MLP equitably and efficiently in my district. We wrote about vendor enforcement and DSNY enforcement practice in general. We made some comments about DSNY's policy on containerization. I'd also note that some of these supplemental fundings coming from council should be going to organizations such as ACE for the supplemental cleaning. And I hope that you will consider the need for restoring MLP to the baseline budget since it's a baseline service. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Lacey Tauber. I'm here representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso. I have 5 things I want to touch on, so I'm going to summarize and submit longer testimony written. The first one, the biggest priority for the borough president is commercial waste zones. I want to lift up everything you've heard from the advocates today. And just say, I think we all agree that, the true efficacy of this program is going to be when it's rolled out to all 20 zones citywide. And thank you so much for your questions today. I think they were exactly on point because we all know that that's going to require more funding for outreach, more funding for enforcement, more civilian headcount. And I really hope that sanitation gets back to you with those numbers so that we can all be on the same page about what we need to advocate for to get this done in the next fiscal year. The second thing is containerization, especially lifting up what you heard from Claire earlier, just about how, we all support containerization. We just want to see it done right. And the BP has been on record many times talking about wanting to fast track the on-street shared containers, making sure that we're including recycling and organics, and just making sure that we're doing this also correctly, but also quickly, so that we get these bags off our streets. The third thing is community composting. Thank you so much to the council for restoring that funding. BP just wants to reiterate his support for their ask for this budget year, and including the Lower East Side Ecology Center's ask for a new home in Brooklyn. And the fourth thing is the solid waste management plan. You've heard some folks talk about that. Given that sanitation brought it in-house, it's a little unclear what resources are being devoted to it. It's such an important document, and we want to see it, the outreach and engagement start, and it's concerning that it hasn't. Finally, just want to put in a plug for the District 13 and 15 garages. They are among the worst physical plant in DSNY's inventory, and so every year we advocate for them to have new homes. And so I just wanted to say that again. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Council. My name is Julia Werner. I'm a resident of Bed-Stuy. I'm not representing anybody. Thank you for the amazing students and advocates who have spoken before. I now have imposter syndrome. I just wanted to say thank you so much for recognizing the significant community and environmental value of community composting and for restoring funding to New York City's programs after they were axed from the budget. After that happened, I was just despondent. My partner was just, what's wrong? And I was like, I just feel like I don't even want to be here anymore. Like nothing really matters, but seeing that you picked that up was transformative. And so thank you for continuing to fund that. We're in a window of criticality in terms of climate action and resiliency at the local and state levels, particularly as federal support wanes due to EPA cuts and climate change denial. It's impossible to support grassroots initiative without composting services. Community composting is the literal, biological grassroots part of this effort. Thank you for ensuring that these essential resources continue to be available. Some suggestions that I have is, this weekend, actually, literally, I was getting ready to sign up for the Master Composter class, and it felt more important to me than certifications from my own job. I work in tech, I work in cybersecurity, so very far removed from the groups that we have here. But it feels more important to understand how to do this correctly, and realizing that could go away. I would just really love to see it continue. and also just some opportunity for more education in the neighborhoods. I compost, my building composts, but I'm constantly picking bottle caps and tinfoil out of our composting bin. And I try to talk to my neighbors, but we've recently gotten some new banners down Malcolm X, and they're about not using scooters on the sidewalks, which is very important. But I think that maybe an opportunity is composting banners and just signs so that local residents who don't partake in these will know more. Thank you.
Thanks for what you do when no one's watching. That's really admirable. Next up, please. Next panel. Brandon, Julie Stein, Lauren Collins, and Evan Sweel.
Brandon left earlier, so if you want to put a fourth person, Brandon's not here.
I'll also, since Brandon left, I'll have Francesca come up and join this panel. Is Francesca here? All right, she is. And then a ball line. All right. You start.
Is this on? Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Abreu and members of the Sanitation Committee. My name is Julie Stein, and I'm the Executive Director of Union Square Partnership, the Business Improvement District for Union Square and 14th Street. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today about the Department of Sanitation's new rules on waste containerization and the cost of implementation. As you know, bids play a critical role in maintaining the cleanliness of our sidewalks and public spaces. We share the city's goals of creating clean, livable, and vibrant streets. However, this transition requires resources. Right now, there's no dedicated funding to support bids in meeting the new waste containerization requirement for the public trash that we bag, even though doing so comes with significant upfront costs. For us to purchase the recommended city bins or Metro Store containers and the container protection elements for our district, we estimate an upfront cost of at least $100,000. This is a substantial cost for our organization, a medium-sized bid, and we know many other medium and small bids face similar financial hurdles. Bids operate within fixed budgets and cannot simply increase our assessment to cover one-time expenses like this. In fact, we cannot increase our assessment at all without a legislative process that can take up to 2 years. With the rule only finalized at the beginning of March 2025 for implementation in August, just 5 months later, or even at the end of this calendar year, these new costs for the recommended city bins or Metro Store containers do not conform with our funding process. That means that the city is asking us to play a zero-sum game, cutting funding for other critical services that we provide in order to make this investment in the recommended waste containers. The only relatively budget-friendly option for my organization is to buy tilt bins or tilt trucks, which are not the state-of-the-art management solution that any of us are seeking. And the council has already acknowledged the hardship of waste containerization to property owners with the passage of Councilmember Salam's bill to provide funding for containers with secured lids for small residential buildings. While we are called a business improvement district, the members who pay our assessment also include residential property owners, like the ones the council considers worthy of financial relief related to these rules. To ensure the continued ability for bids to provide the range of services specified in our district plans, we ask for the council or the administration to include funding in this year's budget to support bids acquiring the recommended waste containers. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next.
Hello. Good afternoon, Council Member. My name is Lauren Collins. I'm the Executive Director of the Church Flatbush Community Alliance, formerly the Church Avenue Bid and the Flatbush Avenue Bid. We are a business improvement district. I'm going away from my prepared notes because I was very inspired by a lot of what was said. I was really happy to see the committee ask such careful questions about sanitation. This mandate, this unfunded mandate, would cause such hardship for a lot of bids like mine. We are a small to medium-sized bid. Our total budget is $589,000. 42% of that goes to sanitation. We spent $255,000 on sanitation, which you'll find is very typical of a lot of the bids as far as percentage. For that money, we have a crew of 3 people plus ACE, I think one person from ACE usually, cleaning more than 2.7 miles in Flatbush. Flatbush is not very clean. There's a lot of trash to pick up. We have about 55 bags a day of public litter, plus about 35 bags on average that are just dumped there throughout the day illegally. 30% of bid staff time is also spent on sanitation monitoring and addressing issues We get funding from discretionary through Councilmember Rita Joseph that entirely goes to staff time because of all the time we have to spend. We did do clean curbs. We have 3 containers through DSNY a few years ago. We have 3 funded containers, great program. We have to pay for maintenance. We just spent $1,300 for one that was broken. But that is a fair way to have us use containers and to get bags off the street. For us to begin to comply with this would cost us a little over $40,000 for just 4 bins. We've already did a site visit with DSNY. We do not have the money to pay for this, and I think you will hear that, I'm sure, when you see the submitted testimony from many of the bids. The money just isn't there. And as Councilmember Nurse, I believe, said earlier, this is DSNY's initiative. They should fund it and not force other organizations, nonprofits to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, council members, and my name is Evan Sweet. I'm the Director of Neighborhood Operations for the Meatpacking Business Improvement District. Thank you for your opportunity to testify today. I'm here to ask the City Council to allocate additional funding to support bids, neighborhood associations, and other community groups as we attempt to comply with the administration's new burdensome public waste containerization rule. Without council funding, this rule will become an unfunded mandate that penalizes not-for-profit organizations that work tirelessly to supplement city agencies keeping streets clean. The Meatpacking District is New York City's premier live, work, play cultural district on Manhattan's West Side, and central to our bid's mission is the managing of public refuse and ensuring neighborhood cleanliness. The bid allocates 1/3 of our operating budget each year to sanitation services, and through our partnership with ACE, employs 12 hardworking full-time sanitation staffers. These individuals service 100 waste receptacles, sweep 92 block faces, and set out between 150 and 400 bags of public trash for DSNY collection every day. As a result of their hard work, over 60% of public survey respondents cite cleanliness as a key positive feature of the Meatpacking District. We believe trash containerization is good policy and have even piloted new management practices in the neighborhood. However, this rule and the lack of funding to support the acquisition of containers, collection vehicles, and other equipment creates an undue burden on budget lines as costs for labor and goods continue to rise. Unlike household containerization, which might require a homeowner to purchase 1 to 2 $40 containers, bids service large areas of the city and require multiple specially constructed containers. In the Meatpacking District, it will cost over $100,000 to acquire the necessary toter storage containers and additional equipment needed to comply. In addition to these capital costs, our operating budget will also need to be increased to reflect the additional work that bid staff must undertake to manage this new program and the ongoing maintenance necessary to upkeep these assets. During the rulemaking process, the Meatpacking District highlighted 5 concrete issues that needed to be addressed before implementation. Unfortunately, none of them were addressed, and the new rule is now in effect. As a result, partners will be challenged to keeping our council districts clean, and others are worried about their ability to provide effective supplemental sanitation services, and in some cases, are worried about being able to continue at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next.
Hi, thank you so much, Chair Abreu, for being here. My name is Francesca Fernandez-Bruce. I represent the Grand Street Bid, which is a small bid with a strapped budget in Brooklyn, serving an LMI community, and I'm here to speak about bid containerization. I want to first say I appreciate Frank and our local DSNY chiefs. I've worked in a city agency myself, and I have the utmost respect for public servants. Though I wish they could have been here for such compelling testimony today. Can you call this a hearing if no one hears? Maybe it's because they didn't design this mandate to the extent that it's been designed at all. They didn't hear us at the last hearing either, and they continue to ignore our feedback. Throughout this process, DSNY has said that they are working with us on tailored solutions, but we all know perfectly well there's no such thing as solutions without funding. When pressed, the agency acts like funding will just materialize as though saying it will make it so. First, they have said it will come from grants that we depend on to serve our low-income communities, taking money out of the mouths of our struggling mom and pops. Then they say it could come from discretionary funding from City Council, which, as you know, are already facing unprecedented demand. They also have responded to our repeated pleas by claiming we have artificially inflated the cost of this project, and we are happy to submit detailed, realistic packages to assure you that we are not. Our upfront capital costs at our small bid would be over $25,000, not including maintenance, and we are one of 76 bids. We are already directing the bulk of our budgets to make up for shortfalls in street cleaning services for the city, even while districts like mine struggle to make ends meet and serve our communities. If funding doesn't come through, my district, like many others, will have to end service to our corridor. This will choke our businesses with litter and rats, put folks out of work, and be wildly counterproductive. They are forcing us to make a Sophie's choice, and our communities deserve better. The fact that no one is here to hear testimony from our communities is deeply disappointing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. This panel is hereby excused. I have Noah Sheriff.
Thank you. Good afternoon, New York City Council Sanitation Committee. Thank you so much for providing me with the opportunity to once again testify before you. My name is Noah Sheriff, and I represent the Small Business Improvement District in Northeast Queens, the Bayside Village BID. While I certainly appreciate DSNY's willingness to communicate in prompt response to any issues reported, I must express a deep concern for the costs of containerization. The bid relies on an assessment which will increase in fiscal year 2026 to cover costs associated with community events, supplemental sanitation services, holiday lights and decorations, and the general rising cost of what seems to be just about everything. In addition, my board of directors has voted to increase the numbers of receptacles within the district, placing an additional can next to 16 curb cans spread throughout Bell Boulevard and 41st Avenue. We are doing this because we rely on vehicles in the district with few options for public transit. 2 bus lines, one of which we fought to keep on Bell, and an LIRR station. The loss of additional parking spaces will likely mean, hyperbole aside, the closure of a small business. We have 1 sanitation worker caring for the entire bid, and having them lug bags to a particular destination is particularly strenuous. There is a $16,837.60 cost of 16 cans, and since we are only able to purchase certain cans, a $4,209.40 cost of tariffs since they will be shipped from Canada. The cans will be shipped to a nearby garage, so a friend of the bid must then be paid for pickup, since this is cheaper than freight. Our sanitation worker cleans the bid 6 days per week. The cost of our supplemental sanitation service provider to haul bags to the same garage would cost $145 per day. That's over $40,000 per year. That's on top of the already $70,000 that we pay for service as is. So the combined total would mean that we would spend 1/3 of our assessment for fiscal year 26 on services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Christopher Leon Johnson. Got here right on time.
Yeah, hello. My name is Christopher Leon Johnson. Thanks for having me here, Mr. Abreu. I am calling on the City Council and the Mayor's Office to indefinitely postpone the June 26th mandate for the auto containers. That bill that was done by the City Council is a real corrupt initiative. Why do we have to put only one container instead of just buying any other container that we want to buy? Why is it we have to buy one container? We don't. We get fined $100 and $50. That's not right for anybody. I understand that you guys gave the developer the contract, but that was not right for anybody at all. I don't think that none of the organizations agree with this. None of the BIDs, none of the nonprofits like ACE, none of the nonprofits agree with this stuff. This need to be postponed and definitely postponed. Eric Adams is on his way out. If he want to do the right thing while on his way out, he need to postpone this law to make sure that nobody we could just use any container we want to contain. I understand we got a rat issue in the city of New York, we got a trash issue, we got a combust issue, but just making everybody go on the website and buy one container is not gonna solve anything. And we just saw in your post that container wasn't doing anything. Put a hole in a rack is completely ate through the container. So that container is not even a viable container. So that's all to keep it. And yeah, we got to save all these nonprofits in the city council that deal with sanitation, preserve all these nonprofits, make sure they all keep their funding, especially ACE. ACE does a lot of great work in the community, my district intact. The Dole Fund, Ready, Willing, and Able, all these orgs, they do the right thing. But Mr. Abreu, I know you backing Adams, but to do the right thing, he has to indefinitely postpone this law. Just take that money and give to these nonprofits that was out here today that want their money for the budget this cycle. So thank you so much and have a good day.
Thank you. Are there any other individuals who are here to testify in person? Seeing none, we'll move on to remote testimony on Zoom. We'll begin with Joyce Bialik.
Starting time.
All right, not seeing Joyce on Zoom. I will now go to Mary Arnold.
Starting time.
Thinking about what is needed for New York City's new solid waste management plan. Most fundamentally, the solid waste management plan should be structured with enough actions, commitments, and budget in each year of the plan to fulfill existing city and state laws, including the city's zero waste, waste equity, and commercial waste zone laws, as well as the New York State Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. Zero waste, greenhouse gas reduction, waste equity, and environmental justice can only be achieved through a solid waste management plan that includes how these laws will be fulfilled. Also needed is crucial input from city councils and borough presidents' offices' internal experts like Lacey Tauber and the SWABs. A handful of people working in isolation will not yield the most effective results. In addition, the new solid waste management plan needs to have a sustainable materials management orientation. The requirements of sustainable plans include: 1, establish goals such as 90% diversion rate within 10 years via prevention, reuse, recycling, and local composting. 2, lay out sufficient planned actions and commitments in each year of the plan, covering all discards to reach the goals on time. 3, conduct product-based characterization studies and tie the results to annual planned actions and commitments. 4, design education and outreach to reach and motivate all segments of the population, maximizing the participation rate. 5, establish and enforce sufficient incentives and disincentives to increase motivation to participate. 6, commit sufficient budget and staff to accomplish the annual planned actions and commitments. Thanks to the City Council and New York State Legislature, some laws to sustainably avoid and manage discards are in place. The new solid waste management plan needs to be the city's blueprint for achieving them. And
your time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next up, we have Mohammed Atia.
Good afternoon, Chair Abreu and members of the committee. My name is Mohammed Atiyah. I'm the Managing Director of the Street Vendor Project. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today. The Street Vendor Project is a membership-based organization with over 3,000 street vendors members. As the only organization in New York City dedicated to serving the street vendor population in the 5 boroughs, SVP is the centralized hub for street vendors to access resources and receive essential services as the smallest businesses in our city. We respectfully request support from the City Council to expand our community outreach and education program, along with the small business consultation program for the street vendors. The demand for street vendor education and services continue to grow. It is really important to highlight how resources are being allocated in our city. As you are probably aware, the Office of Street Vendor Enforcement is housed under Sanitation Police, and their budget is increasing. It ranges from $3.7 million to almost $5 million over the fiscal years. That is really not including the NYPD, DOHMH, parks, and other agencies that are conducting enforcement on the street vendors. Now we look at the city's allocation to pretty much, the education of street vendors. There is no city agency that provides support. There is no city agency, sanitation, DCWP, SBS, nobody is going out to educate the vendors, only SVP, such a small nonprofit that receives roughly around $200,000 from the Speaker's Initiative and all the individual council member support that we receive. When you look at the numbers, council member, it is a scale of 25-1. For every dollar the city is spending on education and support to the vendors, it spends $25 on enforcement. And our small team, as you probably know, we conduct the outreach and education program in 7 different languages. We really need the resources. We need to expand the work because the demand is skyrocketing right now, and we really try our best to meet that demand and be in every neighborhood and every district.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity again to testify.
Thank you, Mohammed. We now have Pedro Suarez.
Starting time.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, I accidentally unmuted. All right, so I am the Executive Director of the 3rd Avenue Business Improvement District in the South Bronx, neighborhoods of Mott Haven and Melrose, which is one of the oldest and most heavily trafficked commercial districts in the entire city. We have and continue to take steps towards implementing containerization and making additional investments in our supplemental sanitation program, but it will take time to get to where I think my bid needs to be. Additionally, I want to thank DSNY sanitation workers on the ground, including the Bronx Chiefs, for working closely with my bid to address trash issues. My district continues to navigate challenges with severe quality of life issues like illegal dumping, littering, homeless encampments, and medical waste, and especially syringes. As the city moves towards containerization and bids, I'd like to advocate that the DSNY budget include additional investments in the following: allocating more funding to local garages like Bronx One for more frequent litter basket collections in the hub and addressing severe illegal dumping and littering situations. Allocating more funding for DSNY cameras to address illegal dumping issues in District 17. Allocating more funding for DSNY enforcement to hire additional personnel and conduct additional operations related to unlicensed vending, illegal dumping, and sidewalk obstructions. Currently, 40 DSNY enforcement personnel for 5 boroughs, which includes 76 commercial districts, is not enough to address quality of life issues and hold bad actors accountable on a consistent basis. The creation of a fund to assist smaller bids with the purchase of containers, especially as many bids need customized solutions to meet the unique needs of their districts. There is no one-size-fits-all strategy for bids. Allocating funding to the priority areas above would help ensure that the economic centers, especially in low-income communities, have the resources needed to remain clean, safe, and vibrant for all New Yorkers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We now have Corazon Valiente.
Starting time.
Hi, good day. Thank you, Sam Abreu and the committee for this opportunity to speak. My name is Corazon Valiente, and I am from and still live in Flatbush, Brooklyn, 11226. Composting is physical health. How many members of council have participated in a compost build day at any of the botanical gardens, the composting partners around the city, or your local community garden? That's work and cardio. Composting is mental health and wellness. It creates an outlet for frenetic energy, calms the mind, and soothes the soul. It keeps tons of food waste from the landfill, which reduces the amount of methane going into our ozone that otherwise endanger our lungs, affects our minds and environment. Community composting builds jobs. Many have turned volunteering at a local community garden into a paying job, not just in the city, but in different parts of the country. Composting builds intergenerational community ties. Watching children and young people work with elders and learn from each other is a beautiful thing and adds pride to our neighborhoods. The health of our communities and neighbors should never fear being the first on the chopping block by the city of New York. Should some of the paychecks of those in the mayor's office and council be on the chopping block? Composting is not just a suburban issue, as some of the students said earlier. This is an earth issue, urban, suburban, and rural. Please continue to fight on our behalf to not only continue funding community composting, but also increase its funding. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your support to this matter.
Thank you. Appreciate you. We now have Camelia Tepelis.
Starting time.
Oh, hello. Hello, my name is Camelia Tepelus. I'm the Executive Director for the Morris Park Business Improvement in the East Bronx. First, let me start by thanking DSNY staff on the ground for the openness and receptivity to our issues. I have an easy bid, to put it that way. So I will not focus on the issue of the cost. I want to focus on the issue of legality of this new regulation, asking bids to stop the usage of bags and just find some form of containerization. I, as bid manager, I do not have the right to place on the sidewalk in front of a person's property no type of container. I do not have this right. It is illegal for the city to ask me to do this without express permission of that property owner or of that business. And I will mail you the form that is on the DSNY Clean Car Program for bids that puts on top bid logo and notification to the property owner that the bid decided to place trash in front of somebody's private property. It's not true. If DSNY is confident in this new regulation, it should be their logo or the DOT logo on top of the notification for the property owner. Yeah, we decided to place a bunch of trash from 20 blocks in front of your business or in front of your residential building. Because if that property owner wants to sue, he should not sue the Morris Park bid, because I did not take that decision. They should sue DSNY and the DOT that are imposing this on him. The solution, a lot of cities have this. New York City is structured very much like a European city. I suggest to all to read the report read by that lady that testified initially with the red sweater. Her organization is called Center for Zero Waste Design. Page 31. We suggest the DSNY in collaboration with
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, I will submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, please submit your written testimony online within 72 hours.
Thank you, because it's a lot of substance that could be used. Smart things. Thank you.
And be safe on the road. We'll next have Anna Sachs.
Starting time.
Hi, my name is Anna Sachs. I'm with the Save Our Compost Coalition. We're asking for $11.4 million for community composting organization, which includes the Lower East Side Ecology Center, Earth Matter, Big Reuse, Compost Power, Cafeteria Culture, Queens Botanic Garden, BK Rot, Snug Harbor, Green Fiend Organics, Brotherhood Sister Soul, Red Hook Initiative, East New York Farms, New York Botanical Garden, Bronx River Alliance, Center for Zero Waste Design, Astoria Pug, and Uptown and Boogie Healthy Project. So this increased amount reflects that we're adding additional groups are requesting funding, and the groups that were already funded are requesting additional funding so that it can expand the scope of the work they do. And so that the Lower East Side Ecology Center can build out a new physical site in Canarsie. We would like to make this more permanent feature of New York City's waste landscape so that it's less of a fight each year or up in the air. And one of the ways to view this is to build up these community composting sites so that DSNY can pay for this physical infrastructure, similar to the way that they pay for recurring contracts to waste management for the anaerobic co-digestion and to Denali for the Fresh Hills composting sites. So we're hoping that with more community composting sites processing more material, that this can be something that DSNY views as like an ongoing recurring waste disposal expense. And it's also important to view this as an ongoing education cost, especially as we try to get the capture rate up for organics, which is right now is around 4%, which is very low. So we would like the council to consider increasing funding to $11.4 million for all these groups and the good work that they do, and to view this as an investment in processing and processing food scraps and in ongoing education, especially education for our school kids and especially education about the curbside organics program.
Your time is expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for all that you do. Raul Rivera.
Starting time.
Seeing that he is not online, I'll ask one more time. Raul Rivera. Seeing that he is not online, this hearing is hereby adjourned.